Hello everyone, how are you? I hope you're all doing well because today I want to welcome you to the second season of What If Naruto Awakens the Wood Element? Mokuton as a Child. Let me know in the comments if you want a third season. Now then, enjoy.
Naruto had gotten a return message from Jiraiya on the special scroll. Kid, you need to pull up your grades at the academy and graduate early. You have less than 3 months. Make sure to tell the girls so that they try to graduate this March, too. Naruto rolled the scroll back up and smiled, rubbing his hands together. So he needed to raise his grades? So be it. He would make a miracle comeback. Irika said, Boako, it's your turn to throw the Shuriken and Kunai for this week's Shuriken Jutsu exam. Smiling, Boako threw the Shuriken 6 at a time, and all 12 of them were dead center. She wasn't even fazed by the challenge, though Naruto knew that it wasn't much of a challenge for her. The kunai she threw one by one with her back turned. She still got a perfect score. It was Naruto's turn, and he took a bit of time to weigh the projectiles to be, realizing that they were not very high quality, the balance was wrong, and they were too blunt even for practice weapons. Naruto looked at Mizuki, glaring at the white-haired fool who was still learning the ropes as a teaching assistant despite having worked in the academy for years. The man only looked back with a serene expression, but Naruto could almost feel the smugness rolling off him. The boy had an idea. He had a great idea. He could see Mizuki shudder from the corner of his eye, but he couldn't pay attention to the piece of trash right now. Naruto chose to throw the kunai first. He enhanced his body through a variation of the Byakugo no Jutsu, then threw the dozen blades hard enough to embed them into the bullseye of the targets they hit, one by one, even though they were blunter than the rubber slugs Naruto sometimes bathed with. When the time to throw the shuriken came, Naruto did the same for the first 11 ninja stars, but for his last go, he threw the shuriken in a different way and slightly off in aim, ending up with it ricocheting twice, then hitting Mizuki in the back of the head. Hard. Irika-sensei went up to Mizuki quickly. The lighter-haired man groaned from his place lying on the ground and slowly got up, with Irika-sensei's help, though he was wobbly. Once Mizuki was no longer as dizzy, he glared at Naruto, who smiled at the man. Naruto wondered why Mizuki shuddered. Though the man still glared, Naruto's smile wasn't that creepy. Was it? Irika-sensei whispered in Mizuki's ears. Fortunately, Naruto could boost his hearing. Know what you did. If you try to pull that kind of shit ever again, a blunt shuriken on the head will be the least of your worries. Then, Mizuki whispered back. He said, I'm pretty sure Naruto did that on purpose. Aren't you going to dash? Irika-sensei scoffed. He said, if I were him, I would probably have put a lot more strength into that throw. You saw how deep those kunai and shuriken reached before, and they were just as blunt. Just be grateful you are alive and well. You could have been crippled or worse. Now, don't change the subject. Still whispering, Mizuki looked as if he was about to object, but Irika-sensei patted his back, obviously using a lot more strength than necessary, then said that Mizuki was fine. Wow, Naruto, Kiba said. You're so clumsy. It's no wonder you're the dead last. Laughing, a few other students also laughed at Naruto. Naruto also forced a laugh and said, it's true, what they say. Isn't it? What was that? Dead last? Kiba said, showing his teeth. I said, Naruto said, that the puppy that barks the loudest is usually the runt of the litter. In this case, the stupidest too. Haven't you learned after that beatdown you got? Without moving, Kiba got into Naruto's face and bared his teeth again. He said, you want to fight? I'll beat you in front of Mito, and dash. A slapping sound echoed, and Kiba stopped talking suddenly. Naruto could tell that Mito was behind Kiba, but he hadn't realized that until less than a second before Mito had slapped the back of Kiba's head. I didn't even hear or otherwise sense her, even though she has the strongest chakra I've ever encountered other than possibly the Sandame, Boako, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Naruto thought and could feel the cold sweat going down his forehead. Naruto sidestepped, seeing Mito's hand go through the space where his head had been split seconds before. He soon had to dodge again because Mito didn't give up. Sit still so I can get you, Mito said, letting out an animalistic growl. Naruto blew a raspberry at her, then said, it's stand still. Let's save the enthusiasm for the ring though. I want to pummel you and I want to do it right now, Mito said, her voice very shrill. showing her annoyance. Naruto winced, his poor ears. He could also sense that Irika-sensei had arrived. So he said, "Irika-sensei, is it possible for me to fight Mito today?" While still dodging, holding his hands over his ears to prevent any more pain from Mito's shrieks. "Well, Naruto," Irika said dryly, "how can I resist such a heartfelt request? Mito, to the ring now." Mito froze. She turned slowly and robotically to look at their sensei, then said, "Yes, Irika-sensei." Her posture stiff. She walked toward the sparring ring and so did Naruto. Naruto smiled at Mito, but his sister cringed slightly. Was Naruto's smile that cringeworthy? Mito breathed in deep, possibly to gather courage for something, then said, "How about we use ninjutsu too? Irika-sensei." "Naruto?" Naruto shrugged, then said, "I'm all for it." Irika-sensei thought it over a bit, then said, "Yes to some ninjutsu. Genjutsu and fuinjutsu are also allowed, but no directly damaging jutsu other than you or clones using taijutsu. No weapons and no kind of explosion or explosives, for obvious reasons. Also, nothing pre-prepared, so no seals or traps you didn't make on the fly. No help from others, and that restriction includes summons." Naruto thought over the restrictions, then decided that the element of earth would offer him the best defensive and supplementary capabilities, so he would forgo water and wind to avoid revealing much. Irika-sensei gave the signal, and Naruto created a few earth clones under the ground without using hand seals, all the while looking Mito in the eye. Mito made the clone seal, but one of Naruto's earth clones got out of the ground and punched her in the gut repeatedly, while two held her by the wrists and two others held her by the ankles. Mito was too durable to get hurt much by the earth clones, but Naruto the original charged at her. In the blink of an eye, Mito tensed her muscles and flipped herself, forcing the clones holding her to the ground. Then, she punched out the one punching her, leaving only the two clones that had held her legs alive, because the impact on them had been softer. Naruto completed his motion and punched Mito in the cheek, launching her away, but unfortunately not far enough for her to lose by ring out. She spat blood, but unlike most of the girls in his class, she wasn't fazed. Her hands met again, but Naruto made one of his clones use the deranked mud hazard to get her eyes, sacrificing the clone because that jutsu was too costly. It was still something an earth clone that had already burrowed through the ground could barely fuel, and even that was only because it was of its own element. He went for a charge again, but Mito put a hand in a single-handed hand seal and managed to catch his fist with the other, even though her eyes were full of mud. Suddenly, Naruto felt his body become unresponsive. He stumbled back, using his other hand to support his hunched frame. "What did she, you know?" Mito said, wiping her eyes with her sleeves. "If you hadn't underestimated me so much and lowered your guard when you blinded me, I would have lost, and very quickly too. You came at me in a straight line when you really know better, and didn't even bother coming at me immediately after your clones attacked me." Naruto's mind was going a mile a minute. Mito was walking back towards him, slowly because of still trying to clean her eyes, and he was helpless. She wouldn't have any trouble throwing him out of the ring. He couldn't even control his chakra enough for a jutsu. The self-cursing seal, *2, is an amazing thing, Mito said. That sounded like a cursed seal. What did he know about Juinjutsu, cursed seals? Many were irremovable, but they were usually those that took a lot of preparation. Mito wasn't a complete stickler for the rules, but she respected Irika-sensei and his authority very much, so she had almost certainly followed his rules and made the seal on the fly. Maybe it could be broken with willpower? "What am I thinking?" Naruto told himself with a scoff. "This isn't one of my manga." Naruto considered trying to dispel it like a genjutsu. He tried just that after managing to make a one-handed seal with his left, and was rewarded with a weaker restriction. Unfortunately, that didn't even last a second before the seal was back at full power and more, and his time was about to run out. "That's it. I'm on the right track," he thought. Naruto made his final earth clone attack Mito, gathering his chakra at the same time without a hand seal. His clone was dispelled without much difficulty, but bought Naruto time anyway. He unleashed a huge burst of chakra, but tried to keep it tightly controlled. As a result, he blew Mito away without causing much destruction. Unfortunately, Naruto was no Hyuga. he couldn't send her very far at all. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation inside, which quickly escalated to levels nearly unheard of for Naruto. It was kind of like what he expected from his blood being replaced with an acid. Mito's mastery of the sealing arts was superb, Naruto had to admit. The good news was that he had broken free of that annoying seal. The bad news was that he had lost nearly a third of his reserves so far. Worse yet, his body was still in agony. Had he caused himself internal chakra burns? He should have been more careful with his chakra control. Tsunade Sensei was going to make him do remedial chakra control training. Naruto grit his teeth and concentrated on the fight. Mito had put her hands crossed together in the clone seal, making 3 extra copies of her appear. Naruto didn't speak. He simply formed 7 earth clones, only 4 of which were above the ground, this time with a snake hand seal to reduce the cost and the strain on his chakra network. Gritting his teeth again, Mito said, "I'm the master of clones. You can't hope to win like this." Smiling ferally, "Now who's the one underestimating? Let's see if you can back up your words in a battle of clones," Naruto said, and made his clones attack the 4 copies of Mito. A taijutsu match of sorts ensued. In the meantime, Naruto used a diagnostic jutsu on himself with 2 hand seals and discovered that he had mild internal chakra burns, but they were in 3 places of his chakra network. Fortunately, they were healing just fine and were already mostly gone. Naruto had numbers on his side, his clones took up far less chakra each, they could burrow through the ground briefly, and he had superior taijutsu skills. Not to mention that the original Naruto's speed and strength were greater than the original Mito's. On the other hand, the originals weren't participating in the fight, and Earth clones lost a lot more speed and power compared to the original than Shadow clones did. Too bad I don't know that Tsuchikige's rock clone, that was without counting Naruto's injury, nor the fact he had spent a lot of his chakra already. His healing factor required much less chakra than the mystical palm usually did, but the receding internal burns were still taking a lot. Well, Naruto had always wondered who would win a battle of attrition between the 2 of them. Over 30 minutes later, after literally hundreds of clones, both Naruto and Mito were panting in exhaustion. Naruto could feel the sweat running down his face, but it was the headache that worried him. Unlike Shadow clones, the normal elemental clones like the Earth clone had no mind of their own and had to be controlled by the original through a mental link. That part was what caused the headache. Heh, Naruto thought, brought down not by the burns, which have already healed, nor chakra exhaustion, but mental strain. Who'd have thought? Putting a hand on his temple, he heard Mito groan in pain, so he looked back at her. She was slumping up. She also rubbed her temples at some point. Of course, Naruto thought, shadow clones bring back memories and mental fatigue. Out loud, he said, "I can see the strain those clones have caused you. Can you even go on?" I can," Mito said, swaying on the spot. Naruto approached her, wary of tricks. Before he reached grabbing distance, Naruto stomped on the soil in Mito's direction, using Yang-style chakra for the Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 jutsu, rupturing the ground, making her lose her balance. Finally, Naruto shoved his sister out of the ring while she was off balance. "Winner, Naruto," Irika-sensei said, sounding really impressed. Naruto could see how dejected Mito was, so as a good brother, he decided to rub it in. He said, "What was that you said, Mito? I underestimated you and lowered my guard? Heh, take your own advice." Mito glared at him for a moment, then she smirked, saying, "Yeah, laugh it up, Naruto. I'll get you next time, don't worry." "In your dreams, Mito?" Naruto said and offered his right hand's fingers for the seal of reconciliation. Mito reciprocated, so the 2 of them clasped fingers. Wait, back up. When did Naruto get so strong?" Kiba said with Akamaru barking. Then, Kiba said, "Wait, what do you mean he always was like that, Akamaru?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Like always, Akamaru is showing way more intelligence, common sense, observation skill, insight, level-headedness, and knowledge than you. Are you sure that you are Akamaru's partner and not his pet, Kiba?" Kiba looked at Naruto, his eyes wide. Naruto could also hear Ino's gasp. Did she really think I wouldn't say it to Kiba's face? He thought. Unexpectedly, Kiba laughed, with his mouth mostly closed, not showing his sharp canines this time. After the Inuzuka calmed down, he said, "You know, you're the first one to say that to an Inuzuka and their partner, as far as I know. Many ignorant people think that our dog partners are pets. But you not only know better, you made a cool joke about it. I might manage to like you after all." Naruto's reply was perfectly poised and intelligent. He would like to say, but he only said, "Ha!" and scratched his head in confusion. Naruto was walking out of the exam room, holding a Konoha forehead protector, reluctant to actually wear it. He pocketed it. Maybe he would wear it in front of his throat or something. Boako's transformed shadow clone was at his forehead, taking the place of his goggles. Hopefully, that would be enough to counter the dangers of the oath-taking thanks to her genjutsu. Their sensei was Hatake Kakashi, according to Jiraiya, a name Naruto had seen more than once in the archives of the Uchiha ninja library. If the Uchiha had gotten things right, Kakashi was definitely a greater threat than the Hokage himself and likely greater than Jiraiya too. Had been to the Uchiha at least. Well, Naruto thought to himself, we will see in 2 weeks. Mito, Naruto said seriously, we need to talk. Mito looked at him, her face scrunched up in confusion. She said, what about? Naruto took a few deep breaths and said, I never mind. I'll tell you another time. Ignoring Mito's worsened confusion. I chickened out. Damn it. He thought to himself, unable to tell his sister that he believed their father had sealed a giant fox in him. He had tried before, but he hadn't even reached the we need to talk stage. All Naruto could think was, shit. Because the one who would supervise his oath-taking was Yamanaka Maifa, the deputy headmistress herself. Not only that, he had been woken up and dragged by Bijuu to the academy in a surprise visit, and there was one supervising the oath-taking too, along with an unmasked man and woman, each in a Chunin vest. Fortunately, the Boako clone on his forehead still had plenty of chakra despite having been active for over 7 hours. Boako was right to be so vigilant. She wouldn't let Naruto live that down. But, well, Naruto's shadow clones still weren't very good at using the Mokuton, so Boako being able to use Genjutsu, Sharingan with her so well, was very impressive. The female Chunin was an academy teacher, Naruto believed, but he couldn't remember her name, for the life of him. 2 other, likely slightly older graduates were there. A brown-haired girl Naruto didn't recognize and a male adhering other than Shino were also in the small 4 academy standards room to sign the oaths themselves. The unknown girl was even really close to his position. How was he going to get out of this? No. I should trust in my capabilities and Boako's. Fortunately, she has planned ahead and leaves a new shadow clone on my forehead every morning and night. Think, Naruto. What can Boako's genjutsu overcome and what can it not? He arrived at the conclusion that the adhering should be top priority. Same with the Bijuu, the former because adhering had senses most people didn't, so he was almost guaranteed to be resistant to genjutsu and the Bijuu due to her being an Bijuu of course, and because she was a complete unknown. Considering Maifa was a Jounin, though not missions active, and really good at mental manipulation, she was likely to be resistant to genjutsu, so she had to be disposed of or mentally weakened somehow too. Thus, the only ones to only get Boako's genjutsu treatment would be the pair of Chunin and the unknown female graduate. Naruto made a few covert hand seals, making a small plant that could synthesize an almost completely undetectable substance which dulled the reactions and mind of a ninja, and as an extra effect, weakened the senses of an adhering and their bugs severely. Fortunately, both he and Boako had a really high resistance to it. The Bijuu twitched, and Naruto started panicking on the inside. He relaxed and kept his breathing the same, though. When nothing else happened, Naruto felt relieved, but he still didn't let much shine through outwardly. He had years of hiding his true feelings in the academy to fall back on. Is that purple-haired Bijuu a censor type? I doubt she is an Inuzuka with that hair, though it could be fake, so, Naruto thought to himself, she will be on guard from now on, so I had better make sure she can't do anything at the same moment I execute my next action. Fortunately, Maifa isn't as careful. As far as I can tell, at least a lot of the Yamanaka clan are censor types too. Maifa started speaking, giving a lecture on the responsibilities expected of a member of Konohagakure's ninja corps. Naruto kept half an ear on her, but his mind was working faster than the yellow flash could attack, trying to find a solution. Fitting, being his son, He would have to take the risk of using his bloodline again. It was the only way out he could think of. At a moment Naruto couldn't feel being watched, he made 3 more covert hand seals. He could have used the jutsu with just one, but he was trying to minimize chakra leakage. Wasted chakra made someone easier to detect. Naruto felt the use of chakra from his forehead. He realized Boako had used a genjutsu to delay the ANBU, but he didn't relax just yet. The wood clone Naruto had just made traveled towards the ANBU through the wooden floor using his new Kabutomushi no Jutsu, Beetle Jutsu, though it was the one jutsu only wood clones were able to manage, not the original. Then, the clone injected a hallucinogen into the ANBU's foot as covertly as it could barely a moment after Naruto felt more chakra use near his forehead. The beauty of that particular hallucinogen was not only that it worked really quickly, but also that its effects were mostly suppressed when the target was under genjutsu while at the same time reducing the capability of the target to resist said genjutsu. Of course, Boako had to get used to plant-based drugs, poisons, and venoms of all sorts. Due to her concentrating so much upon genjutsu, also due to Naruto learning to make such things quickly and him learning how to use the bow staff well, the staff he was using was actually much smaller than a bow staff and gradually growing. Boako had lost most of their recent all-out spars, with Naruto's few losses being mainly because he hadn't built up enough of a resistance to all his own poisons. Naruto was not getting any closer to thinking up a goal other than get the hell out of Konoha, and maybe joining another village, though. Certainly nothing that made his blood boil in passion or gave him direction. Naruto assumed direct control of the wood clone, a trick he had discovered recently thanks to examining the water shadow clone and the earth shadow clone more carefully. He felt the resistance of the very floor to his efforts firsthand, but ignored it. He tried to think up a way to get Maifa. Then he realized, why not just make sure she isn't feeling well? Naruto had the wood clone inject the woman with an undetectable poison that would soon send her to the toilet vomiting and shitting uncontrollably. Then had the clone track down Boako in case she had problems too. Naruto suspected that either Hashirama had made all of the academy himself, or Hashirama's trees had been used as material. After all, no other kind of wood resisted Naruto's attempts nearly as much. He would use forest networks, but he had better things to do at the moment. He gave the unsigned paper to the academy teacher at the urging of the male Chunin. The man called the woman Suzume. A shiver went down Naruto's spine when Suzume stared him down through her glasses. Does she suspect what I was doing? The moment broke when she took out a small bottle, poured out a liquid and cleaned her hands with it. Naruto started breathing harder. He ground his teeth, glaring at the woman, barely able to keep himself from shooting killing intent at her. I can take cursing at me, but treating me like I'm something filthy and contagious. The other Chunin cleared his throat and coughed a few times. The woman cringed away from the male Chunin, making the man roll his eyes. Naruto's anger disappeared immediately. He scoffed under his breath and went back to his seat. A germaphobe? Naruto was waiting for Irika to arrive and announce the graduations. The class above them was in the same lecture hall, including the Hyuga most of the girls liked, Niji. Niji was too busy staring down the weirdo who looked like him, Hinata. In fact, if Naruto was reading things right, Niji despised Hinata. That couldn't be right, though. He would always call her Hinata-sama, in a harsh and mocking tone, though. Well, enough about those two. Naruto and Irika had ended up more and more estranged. Naruto, while contemplating his goals and dreams, had realized one thing. The man couldn't be part of Naruto's life. Irika was very much loyal to Konoha, and all of Naruto's ideas for the future had one thing in common. They would take place far away from Konoha. Thus, Naruto had been distancing himself, though it was more easily said than done. Sakura walked up to Naruto, making him think, oh no, not this crap again. Then, Sakura said, Naruto, could you please make room for me to sit next to Boako-san? Very sweetly. Too sweetly. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Sakura was a manipulative bitch, but it wasn't like she was very good at it. Fortunately, he would be rid of her soon. Naruto said, nope. What? Sakura said very loudly, waving a fist near Naruto's face. Naruto rubbed his ears, saying, oh come on, Sakura. Your voice sounds like the screeches of a wounded animal. In truth, Sakura's voice wasn't particularly shrill. Ino's and Mito's both were worse, and Mito's could reach insane volume on top of that. But Naruto was trying to annoy Sakura. Apparently, Naruto had succeeded in annoying her because she tried to punch him in the face. Naruto blocked using his forearm. Oh, she hits hard. Naruto thought to himself, but he didn't let that show. Before she could do anything else, Naruto grabbed her extended arm at the wrist with his free hand and squeezed. Ow! Please stop. Naruto Sakura said, her voice suddenly changing into something vulnerable. Fake. Liar. Naruto couldn't help his reflexive reaction. He squeezed much harder, making Sakura let out a kaya dash, which got stuck in her throat. Sakura let out a few tears, which Naruto could tell were actual tears of pain this time, not Sakura being a manipulative bitch. So, he let her go. When Irika entered, Sakura rushed to tell him what had happened. Or, rather, an imaginary version of it in which he had attacked her unprovoked. I see, Irika said, sizing both of them up visibly. Then, he said, I'm not going to even bother asking Naruto his version of the events. Sakura, you do realize that lying to a superior directly can have consequences. Making Sakura perk up, then freeze in place. Naruto was still a bit pissed off at Sakura, no matter how smug the look he was able to give her after Irika telling her off was. Maybe a prank was in order. Mito's eyes met his own. Naruto found a familiar mischievous glint in those dark blue eyes. Perhaps they could bond over a shared love of pranks. Not to mention it might take her mind away from Jiraiya's prolonged absence. After a long speech by Irika, one that Naruto had barely paid attention to and most of the others even less, Irika started announcing the graduates and teams. The only thing Naruto had paid attention to was Irika's barely visible grimaces and the way he would massage his temple at some points. Irika said, the early graduates are Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Boako, Namikaze Mito, and Haruno Sakura. Naruto's thoughts came to a halt. What the shit dash? As the teams were being announced, Naruto was having a hard time calming down. Sakura was going to be joining them as an early graduate. That was giving Naruto a hard time controlling his reactions and breathing, harder than he had had in years. Even that ANBU's presence hadn't been as daunting. He really didn't want to be in a general group with her, much less teammates. Naruto ground his teeth as quietly as he could. He could kill that girl 20 different ways by the time she realized, and yet his hands were tied. He barely managed to keep tears at bay by focusing on how much he hated that girl. Sakura was giving Naruto a mostly unreadable look. It held something that looked like anticipation and more. Naruto wasn't sure just what, but there were a lot of emotions there. Then, she looked at Boako, apparently forgetting about Naruto. Oh, how I want to throw a shuriken at Sakura or Tenno. I need to listen to the team assignments. He tuned back into Irika's words, and just in time. The Kunoichi originally slated for Team 3 is unable to join it due to reasons. So the team will consist of Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, and Haruno Sakura. Sensei is Might Guy. The cries of over a dozen disappointed fangirls resounded in the hall. Strangely enough, Sakura made a similar sound, not a sound of triumph, making Naruto's head clear, but also confusing him. Why? I don't get it. Naruto scoffed quietly at the fact he was giving even that much thought to Sakura of all people, making sure to go back to listening to Irika. Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Boako, and Namikaze Mito. Sensei will be Hatake Kakashi, Irika said, then went on to tell them of Teams 9 and 10, because Team 8 were still together and Gen and Star. Naruto sighed in relief. At least he wouldn't be teammates with that girl. Of course, Jiraiya had promised that the three of them would be in the same team, even told him who their sensei would be, but Naruto found it hard to trust people nowadays. Nowadays, as in over half his life. Boako decided to finish her career as an academy student with a bang, as Naruto would say. She hadn't tried a certain exercise in over a year, actually. She substituted her shuriken pouch for the kunai equivalent. She activated her Sharingan and prepared herself. Boako jumped in the air, withdrawing multiple kunai, doing everything as Itachi had shown her. She ricocheted the weapons off one another. She landed and went to look at her handiwork. Unfortunately, the kunai, while all on target, were mostly nowhere near the center. I did everything right, exactly as Itachi showed me. Then why dash? Boako ran the previous sentence through her mind again. She had done exactly the same moves as Itachi. Though she hadn't unlocked her Sharingan at the time, the circumstances and the repetition had burned it into her brain. The problem was obvious to her now. Itachi had been a 12 and 13-year-old male, with his dominant hand being the right one. He had also been extremely dexterous even at 12. Boako was 11, female, had a different body type, was primarily left-handed and didn't have hands as dexterous as Itachi had had. Though she would try to catch up. Wait, I'm not Itachi. Why am I trying to copy him? I'm my own person. Hadn't I had that same problem with all those members of the clan comparing me to Itachi? I will train to beat him, not to match him nor copy him. Boako put on a wristband almost identical to the other one, the one that contained sealed shuriken on her wrist, and started over. She calculated every move in advance. She didn't manage it, was even worse than before dash, but she hadn't intended to. Anyway, third time's the charm. After having seen how the kunai and her seals-covered wristband behaved during this exercise using her Sharingan, Boako was certain that she could manage it. She drowned out her nervousness and simply did it. Flawlessly. Boako was still staring into space when Naruto found her, teasing her for spacing out, then turning worried when she didn't respond. Message received. Nizan. Boako? What's dash? You look like you had an epiphany just now, Naruto said, his worried gaze swiftly changing into something more relaxed. Boako said, I'm surprised that you know what an epiphany is, much less can use it in a sentence. The words coming out without her meaning to. Naruto's flat look told her that he wasn't in the mood for that kind of banter. Boako did her best to convey, you shouldn't have teased me. Then, without speaking, Naruto shrugged, as if to say, I'm a hypocrite. Deal with it. Boako rolled her eyes at Naruto. Then, she asked him if he wanted to watch her train. Naruto looked at her, blinking fast, his mouth open. She hadn't made such an offer before, so Boako didn't blame him for his surprise. Close your mouth before something flies in, Boako said. Not blaming him and not teasing him were two different things. You have enough disadvantages as it is so far, Naruto said, a slightly sardonic smile on his face. Are you sure you want to add yet another one? Couldn't he take it at face value? Boako scowled. She said, what's that supposed to mean? Glaring at Naruto. Was that implied sexism? Naruto took a look at her face, then said, in the last 4 matches, you've lost 3. Don't tell me you are a complete sore loser? Lifting his eyebrows, Boako took deep breaths in and out. Then she said, of course I'm a sore loser. Those who aren't are content as career chunin at best. Sore loser and competitive are synonyms. Hey, don't disrespect career chunin, Naruto said, scowling at her. Iruka-sensei is fine with staying at chunin rank, but he's amazing, crossing his arms at stomach height. Could we not have this conversation right now? Boako said with a sigh, feeling tired enough that she was ready to call it a day despite it being mid-afternoon. Naruto looked ready to explode, but he held his tongue, saying, fine. Boako wondered what had crawled up his ass and died, as Naruto himself would say. You know, Boako, Naruto said, you could try not judging so quickly and carelessly, more calmly. Boako grimaced. She had thought he hadn't caught that. What do you mean? She said out loud, but as she said that, she knew Naruto hadn't been fooled. The look he gave her silenced her. Boako hated how vulnerable she felt at such moments, and Naruto was usually able to read her so well that it literally scared her. Not that she would ever admit to that, nor would she apologize. Naruto had escalated first when he had mocked a serious offer, the fool. Where is our sensei Tebura? Mito screeched out, making Naruto slam his palms onto his ears so quickly that he worsened the pain. Mito? Naruto said, grimacing in his pain. Could you please not be so loud? Ha! Mito said, are you saying that I'm too loud? Still at a volume too high for anyone sane. Painfully so, Naruto said, not holding back in his criticism. Indubitably, Boako said without hesitation. You guys suck, Mito said, sulking. I know, she said perkily, recovering quickly in an epic mood swing. It must be Kakashi-san. He's usually tardy. He was Dad's student. I only see him once a year or so nowadays. I think he pissed off old man Hokage, or maybe the old man pissed off Kakashi-san, or both. Anyway, they got into a fight 3 or so years ago, and now Kakashi-san is on missions away from the village non-stop. It might have something to do with the two of us and what happened all those years ago. Naruto filed away the information. He didn't have the heart to tell Mito that he was still in contact with Jiraiya, and that the man had told him about their Jounin Sensei. He knew that Mito hadn't seen her there, godfather, in over a year, so he hadn't told her he had a permanent means of contacting Jiraiya. He had asked Jiraiya why he hadn't given Mito a scroll like his, too, but the man had been evasive. Maybe it had something to do with the Kyuubi no Yuko. But I'm still tired. What was I thinking about? Again? Naruto slumped over on the lecture hall desk. Maybe he should rest for a few minutes. Boo! Naruto threw himself into the air by shoving himself upwards off the closest surface, then lifted his leg and kicked at the offending person downwards in an axe kick. Byakugo no Jutsu, Sutenkyaku. Strength of 100 Jutsu. Heavenly foot of pain. Crack, crack, crack. When his heel fully landed, Naruto directed his body toward and did an elbow strike at where he felt the enemy to be, then threw himself away and twisted his body in such a way that he landed on his feet, his staff held in his hands, ready to strike. The unknown man that was in front of him started clapping. He said, "Congratulations, Naruto. You just now came closer to killing me than anyone has in years. I am not going to tell you how many dozen and hundred S-rank and A-rank missions I've run in those years. Just know that it's an extremely impressive feat on your part." Naruto scrutinized the man. He looked to be young despite his white, silver hair. In fact, Naruto swore the man couldn't be a day above 25. His eyes were really dark but not quite the same as each other. One was truly black, just like Boako's. At that same eye, a big vertical scar went all the way through, but something that looked like spiral-shaped seal markings on the skin was peeking out from the mask covering the lower part of his face. Again on the same side as the scar and completely black eye. Well, maybe Naruto was seeing what he was expecting to see because of the description in the Uchiha library. Then, Naruto came to his senses and looked for Boako and Mito. They were near a corner of the near-empty lecture hall. Boako had her hand on Mito's shoulder, and the latter was shaking like a leaf. Naruto scanned the rest of the hall, only to see that one of the benches that worked as desks for multiple students had been snapped, almost pulverized in some places. He then noticed that his right foot was a bit achy, with quite a few splinters making their presence known through escalating pain. Did I do that?" Naruto asked out loud, his question not directed to anyone in particular. Then he said, "Mito? Boako, did I hurt you?" His voice cracking halfway through due to his worry and guilt. Boako cleared her throat. Then she said, "I managed to get myself and Mito out of the way before you finished your maneuver. I'm just fine." Mito only panicked a bit. Naruto was worried. He had only relatively recently reunited with his sister. Would she fear him, maybe even hate him over this? Suddenly, Mito straightened up and said, "Wow, Naruto, that was amazing." A huge grin on her face, though she was still trembling a bit. A chuckle from the strange man, Kakashi? Had Naruto turning to look at the man again, gripping his staff hard. The man said, "Well, at least Naruto has his priorities straight. I'm Hatake Kakashi, your potential Jounin Sensei. Well, lesson learned. I will treat you with more care from now on." The movements of his eyelids and visible facial muscles somehow conveying a menacing grin, making Naruto shiver. "Damn it, Anti-Tsunade," Naruto thought. "Your counter-ambush training has gotten me into trouble." Naruto limped up to Mito and checked her breathing, just in case her fear response had triggered something dangerous in her body, under Hatake Kakashi's watchful eye. As he used the mystical diagnostic palm, he could feel her chakra and noted it was a bit different than usual but couldn't tell exactly how nor a cause, so he let it go for the time being. Naruto, his aunt and teacher had said, "A medic nin doesn't let themselves get injured if they can. That's why I have you do so many dodging drills. Once you have gotten injured, though, take care of your wounds well but quickly. Efficiently, lest you get killed and take your entire team with you." Naruto made a few hand seals to use the same diagnostic jutsu on himself, the pain catching up with him, making him grimace. Then, he went through 5 hand seals, using the chakra scalpel to swiftly reopen his wounds and remove the splinters from his foot and shin. Ouch. Making sure to disinfect the wounds wherever needed. Again, ouch. Those splinters looked like they had come from a chair, Naruto noted. Once he was done, Naruto checked for any leftover splinters and used the mystical palm just barely so that it wouldn't have a chance of scarring. He wrapped some bandages around his legs, thanking his lucky stars that his Achilles tendon hadn't been seriously injured. Somehow, he sat down on the floor, keeping his legs at a comfortable position. Mito started telling Naruto to go to the hospital for his injuries, but Naruto knew he didn't need to. Something like that wasn't beyond his capabilities. Kakashi said, "Perhaps you should consider listening to Mito, Naruto?" His suggestion being uttered in a firm voice. If only for Mito's peace of mind. "All right," Naruto said. "I only trust one of the medic neens at the hospital, though. If he's not there, I will wait till next time," grimacing at the thought of the hospital and most of those working in it. "Great," Kakashi said almost cheerily. "Now that it's settled, let's go." "Hello, Kabuto-san," Naruto said, smiling at the older medic neen. Kabuto smiled back, adjusting his glasses. Then he said, "Hello, Naruto-kun. Who are your friends and what is the problem you are having?" Naruto told Kabuto about being startled awake and axe-kicking his teacher. Then Kakashi continued with saying that he had used the Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution/body replacement, to replace himself with a chair, getting splinters in Naruto's leg. Then Mito derailed the whole thing. She gestured wildly, saying, "It was incredible." Naruto broke Kakashi-sensei, but it was a chair after all, so there was no need to worry. He broke the bench next with the same axe kick. Then he threw himself at empty air, but Kakashi-sensei was there after all. Naruto elbowed Sensei, but Sensei dodged dash. Kakashi chopped the top of Mito's head, telling her to control herself. Naruto trusted Kabuto to a point, but he didn't want any more people to know about his training with his aunt, especially those loyal to Konoha. It was bad enough that Kakashi had seen Naruto use the Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 Jutsu, and heal himself. Naruto would chew out Mito later. Kabuto smiled at Naruto, saying, "That is extremely impressive, Naruto-kun. Your teachers must be very proud of you." Kabuto also adjusted his glasses, giving off an eerie effect with the light. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, his bashfulness not completely faked. He said, "Thank you, Kabuto-san," smiling at him. In his thoughts, though, Naruto was a bit worried about what Kabuto had deduced. Kabuto was extremely sharp. As much as he usually hit it, Naruto had spent time with him, so he had gotten to know Kabuto to a point. Naruto had noted Kabuto's caustic and arrogant side too, which would shine through, sometimes. As Kabuto was examining Naruto's legs, he said, "Whoever healed you has done an excellent job, Naruto-kun. There's no hint of scarring, nor any splinters, even small ones left." A small smile on his face. Mito didn't say any more, fortunately. As they all left the hospital, Kakashi gave them instructions on where and when to meet him for the true genin test. Naruto and Boako had to put a lot of effort into shushing Mito's indignant cries. "Bring it on, Sensei," Mito said, punching upwards into the air, her determination showing on her face. Naruto needed to get to improving his single-handed hand seals. He could do some less basic things after Shizen had started teaching him, but beyond that, he needed to work on them himself. There's no shortcut to this, Naruto-kun. There are better training methods and teachers in many cases, but sometimes the only way forward is sheer, repetitive practice. Even Boako-san has gotten this down, and she's not as good at shortening hand seal sequences as you, Shizen had said. Naruto did a few manual dexterity exercises, including doing scales on a small replica of a piano, complete with sound. Then, he tried the water clone with 3 single-handed hand seals. A jutsu he would normally have no trouble with came out with a chakra drain worthy of 6.5 clones, when he had only produced 2. That was worse than his sealless attempts, though not as slow to form. Naruto kept at it. In hours, he managed to reduce the chakra drain to the equivalent of 5 water clones with 2 hand seals, finding better combinations. "What should I work on getting down with one hand?" Maybe the Gale Palm Jutsu? Or Shuriken Kage Bunshin? I need to get them down to one single-handed hand seal each for devastating results. Of course, that's too lethal for a spar, but we will go on missions soon enough. Maybe Suryuden no Jutsu? Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Tobarama's notes should be really helpful. I also know that Mokuton can absorb chakra from those same notes, but Hashirama-sama hasn't left anything on Mokuton himself. Something told Naruto that he wouldn't be able to learn how to absorb chakra using Mokuton anytime soon, so he would prioritize other things. Tsunade had convinced him that he should work on what he already had to be able to use it more quickly. After all, they were going to be on missions soon. Boako was going to try something else she had long considered out of her league. She equipped her bracelet, the one with shuriken sealed inside, then put a hand on the war fan, channeling a bit of chakra. From a moment to the next, she ended up next to the illusory Naka River. With a whisper of his name, Shursui appeared in front of her. He said, "So, Boako, what is it today? Back to lightning manipulation? Should we just talk? It's been a while since we've done that." "Shursui-san," Boako says, doing a breathing exercise that was highly advanced, one she had found in a book Itachi and her father had written. "Are you familiar with fire-style chakra flow?" Shursui's eyes went wide. He said, "Are you talking about what I think you are?" Boako shrugged. She prepared herself, then released multiple shuriken, breathing fire into them. She failed completely, not managing to imbue even one and giving herself mild burns. After a few tries and more burns, Shursui intervened, saying, "You are doing it wrong, Boako." Boako snorted. She said, "Thanks, Fifui-fan. I'm too stupid to have relived that myself." Dryly, though her words were coming out strange. "Really? I always figured you were pretty smart," Shursui said, smiling at her. "I was being sarcastic," Boako said, looking at Shursui as condescendingly as she could manage with that lisp. Shursui snickered. He said, "I was being sarcastic too, though I truly do believe you're smart." "Seriously, Boako, how come you fell for it that easily?" Boako crossed her arms in front of her chest, saying, "Not funny, Fifui-san." Shursui gave her a beaming smile, one that made Boako remember happier times, saying, "Nice pout. It's not so great when the sandal is on the other foot, is it? Well, I'm glad that you are still able to act like a kid sometimes. Never lose that. Not for me, not for Itachi, not for Danzo or the Hokage. Not for anyone." Boako ended up having a longer conversation with Shursui before she resumed her practice, this time with only one shuriken. She took air into her lungs and stomach, this time turning it fire-natured while in her mouth and keeping it there for a bit longer than usual to help with putting it into the shuriken, stretching her pain tolerance to the limit. Boako was almost whimpering. The burns inside and outside her mouth were at a level she hadn't faced before. She knew that in the Gunbai's, war fans, world, only mental influences worked, that neither physical training nor injuries transferred over to reality, but she could still experience pain. Well, since she had gotten a feel for how it worked, she could use shadow clones in reality for learning how Senketsu Mabini. That jutsu would be great for making the approach of multiple enemies much harder, and eliminating solid clones more efficiently. Boako's nose had gotten to the point where she was able to sniff out people hiding, in combination with her Sharingan. Even Naruto wasn't able to hide from her. Naruto's chakra sensing and sense of hearing was already at a level where Boako couldn't hide from him, too. She would be able to send shadow clones after Naruto while keeping him from making use of his own clones thanks to her skill with dual casting. I wonder how and how soon he will manage to counter this. I doubt that Shuriken Kage Bunshin and Yuzushio no Kabe, even Mokuton, are enough, she thought, not a doubt in her mind about Naruto's ability to do so. Just to be thorough, she decided to put a bit more effort into exploding clones and into making something subtler and faster, a Raitun Jutsu, maybe. Naruto had always had a bit of a hard time getting his own shadow clones to explode, because they didn't want to go through the pain and death. Boako had never had that problem. She really didn't want to know what a Yamanaka would say about her mental state if they knew about that, though. Tsunade had let them off after filling the past few weeks with constant speed, teamwork and combination jutsu training, and also refining what they already knew. While the two of them were naturally in tune, There was always room for improvement, according to Tsunade. You are getting close to doing missions out of the protection of a hidden village. You will need to concentrate on only a few things that you are able to use fast, Tsunade had said. Boako was focusing on stuff that would need few hand seals while alone and taijutsu or kenjutsu when with Tsunade or Shursui, so she wasn't technically disregarding Tsunade's advice. On the other hand, while she is a powerful ninja, the sun hardly shines out of her behind no ass. The next day, the day of the test, had arrived. Ah! Where the hell is Kakashi-san? Kakashi-sensei? Whatever? Mito shouted out, but fortunately, Boako had reminded Naruto to take some earplugs with him. The volume was still above normal to him, so he winced, thanking his luck and Boako for the earplugs. He decided to try to calm down and check whether Kakashi was already near Training Ground 3. He made a single-handed hand seal, chakra sensing having been the only skill he had been able to use that way for years. Only 2 other human presences and a dog? No, a ninja dog. Was an Inuzuka. Wait. The notes on Kakashi had contained something about summoning ninja dogs. Mito? Naruto said, a realization dawning on him. Does Kakashi-sensei have a ninja dog? Mito said, yeah, he has a pack of them. Summons or whatever. Why? Blinking, Naruto made a gesture to signal Boako, who followed Naruto at a distance. Not a water clone. I will hide most of my proficiency in water in Konoha. He made an earth clone to approach the creature. The hell? It was a huge black dog, one that resembled a bulldog. Bulldogs shouldn't ever get that big. Naruto slowly approached the dog himself when it didn't do anything to his clone. The dog had something in its mouth, which it spat in front of Naruto, then rolled over playfully. The earth clone took a few steps away from everyone and unfurled the scroll, its sight relaying to Naruto the contents of the scroll, though blurry due to the limitations of that particular jutsu. At the same time, Naruto started rubbing the dog's belly, much to the dog's delight. Find me, then take away the bells. Kakashi. The scroll was also signed with a childish scribble, Hino Himo Mahiji or whatever. Naruto told Mito to stay away from the scroll, then asked Boako to sniff it. They would figure out the bells thing later. Boako did so, then said, follow me. Boako jogged away and didn't even look back. So Naruto took Mito by the hand and started chasing Boako until Mito started focusing. So he let go of her hand. The 3 of them ended up at the top of the Hokage monument. Kakashi was on the 4th's head, but something was bothering Naruto. He checked for interlopers. Wait. Kakashi has little to no chakra. This is an elemental CL. Kakashi-sensei, Mito said. We got you finally. Preparing to tackle him, not even a little short of breath. Wait, Mito, Naruto said, panicking a bit. That isn't... Dash. Then, Naruto calmed down a bit when he detected a second, invisible Mito trailing behind the first one. Mito tackled Kakashi, passing through him and falling off the Hokage rock. The real Mito appeared mid-trip, her ankle having been caught in a snare. Kakashi got out of the ground, a kunai held at her throat, too quickly for any of the 3 to react. Naruto froze in place. So, what are you 2 going to do now? Kakashi asked, having caught Mito in a hold that was all but inescapable. Naruto started taking deep breaths. In and out. In and out. His fingers started twitching. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Based on how Boako was squeezing his shoulder, she was counting down from 5 and would start throwing shuriken at another few seconds. When she reached 1, Naruto made 2 earth clones beneath the ground and launched himself at Kakashi in the same breath, hitting the man's wrist with exact precision. Taking the kunai from him and using it to cut Mito's leg free, Naruto felt a numb pain in his left wrist suddenly, losing the stolen kunai the same way he had gotten it. Now, in response, he had his clones attack Kakashi. He heard the whistling of shuriken a split second after he made a single one-handed seal to help cast faster. He hightailed it out of there. Kawarimi no jutsu, Naruto said in his mind, shifting the seal then to help him with sensing. Kakashi made a noise of distress. Naruto felt Kakashi get in front of the rock Naruto had used as fodder. He looked up, only to see Kakashi deflect a lot of shuriken but still get pierced by a few. Go back to Training Ground 3. Kakashi said, then poofed into smoke. Kakashi had sent another clone. He had only sent clones. Naruto clenched a fist, suddenly angry at his new teacher. Unless he had been here all the time, watching us. Naruto's blood ran cold. He had been unable to detect any more of Kakashi. No sound, no chakra presence. Even Boako's nose had been unable to notice another Kakashi. Naruto started power walking toward the training ground. Boako did the same, saying, "Did you two notice? Nobody batted an eye at the battle going on outside the training grounds, when we should have been swarmed by ANBU. That means Kakashi has enough pull to arrange for this, even after having a severe falling out with the Hokage." "Well, yeah," Mito said, gesturing wildly. "Kakashi-sensei is the strongest in Konoha. Even Pervy Sage has said he would probably lose against Kakashi-sensei in a fight. Pervy Sage also said that Old Man Third is afraid of Kakashi-sensei. For some reason, I haven't seen the Pervy Sage since then, after Pervy Sage got into a fight with Old Man Third. Do you think the old man sent Pervy Sage away because of that? But that was interesting information and speculation. If Jiraiya believes he would not be able to beat Kakashi in a fight, what about Tsunade? This is a world full of monsters. I can't afford to stay as weak as I am now," Naruto thought to himself. Out loud, he said, "What do you want me to say, Mito? I wasn't foolish enough to trust the Sandaime from the start." Barely able to keep from sneering, Mito shrank to herself, saying, "Oh." In a small voice, Naruto patted Mito's shoulder, being a little worried because Mito very rarely lost her energy. "I'm glad you three made it," Kakashi said, leaning on a tree stump, looking very relaxed. "So, Boako, what was that rain of shuriken about?" "What do you mean?" Boako asked, but Naruto had realized the problem. "What I meant is that Naruto was in the line of fire," Kakashi said, his posture suddenly obviously tense. Naruto could see Boako's posture suddenly turn tense, too. He tried to defuse things, saying, "Sensei, I was ready to escape. Naruto, I want to hear Boako's reasons first," Kakashi said, interrupting him. Naruto could see the signs of danger in Boako. He didn't know if Kakashi had noticed, but Boako was utterly fucking furious at the moment. She said, "I trusted in his ability to get away. We've drilled thousands and thousands of times. You've drilled using dangerous maneuvers like that? Without supervision?" Kakashi said, an edge in his voice that chilled Naruto's blood. Most importantly, though, Naruto was starting to no longer be angry at this man. He was getting furious. Naruto said, "We had supervision," raising his voice. "Naruto, watch your tone, Genin," Kakashi said, staring at Naruto's eyes, both eyes unblinking. Naruto bit back his first response, which was to tell Kakashi to go fuck himself. Naruto thought, "Shit, I didn't expect that Kakashi would be so stupid. Nice start for this team." To himself, his inner voice turning sarcastic towards the end. Out loud, he said, "Very well, Hatake Kakashi." Trying to grin but only managing a sneer, Kakashi said, sounding condescending, "I am your sensei and superior officer. You will call me Kakashi-sensei or dash." "No," Naruto said, openly sneering this time. "No," Kakashi said, blinking a few times. "You may be our superior officer, but you are no sensei. In the short time we've been together, we've been near each other, you've managed to insult and offend two of your future students, to spit on the efforts of my true sensei, the one who taught Boako and I how to move like we are one person in two bodies, one who knows the meaning of teamwork and can teach it better than you would if you had 1,000 years, to not even pretend you've tried to listen to your future subordinates. No. Hatake Kakashi, calling yourself a teacher is an insult to academy teachers everywhere, let alone Jounin Sensei. Come back when you can at least see flawless teamwork you will never be capable of if it's in front of your eyes," Naruto said, concluding his speech with another sneer. He caught Boako's eye. Then Naruto and Boako started walking away at the exact same moment. "You will stay right there," Kakashi said, making Naruto freeze in place for a moment due to the authority in his tone. "You will be dropped from the ninja program and never be allowed back if you leave at this moment." I will make sure of it. Naruto snorted and went back to walking away. He said, better this way than with a Jounin sensei I could never trust. Mito, you coming or what? After a few moments of hesitation, Naruto was able to hear Mito's footsteps following. Kakashi said, Mito? You why? Sounding pained. I don't want to fail out of the ninja program, Kakashi-san, Mito said. But it's better than becoming like you. Not a failed ninja, but a living failure and worse than any piece of trash. I might not remember my father, but I'd like to believe he would be very ashamed of you. Boako left her own parting words, too. She said, possibly the most powerful ninja in Konoha, and yet, those hands will never hold anything. Perhaps you should follow your father's example, Hatake. It will only bring about a better fortune to people around you. Naruto took in air through his mouth in a gasp suddenly, knowing what Boako was talking about. He hadn't expected her to take it so far, though. He signed at her. Why do you always poke the sleeping dragons? Naruto could suddenly feel Kakashi's chakra, despite not actively trying to sense it. He tried to get Boako to walk faster, but she was still stubborn and kept her normal walking pace. She didn't even acknowledge his sign language question. What was that about, Boako? Mito asked, her eyes much sharper than usual, looking directly at Boako. That was Boako going way over the line, Mito? Naruto said, his hands twitching in his agitation. Boako grunted, and even Naruto, who knew her best, couldn't detect any meaning in the sound. Suddenly, Mito spoke up. She said, wait, didn't Kakashi-san's father kill himself when Kakashi-san was a kid? Boako, why? Just why? Her voice coming out alongside what sounded like sobs. Boako let out a sound that reminded Naruto of a growl. Naruto said, let's go somewhere we can talk in private. Minutes later, they had reached Boako's home. Naruto plopped down onto the couch, Mito and Boako sitting on either side. He noticed Boako rubbing her temple and trembling in agitation. Boako, are you all right? Naruto asked. Boako sighed deeply, then said, yes, that person pushed a lot of my buttons at once. I really wanted to stab him with my tanto until he died, then stab him some more. She put both hands and leaned her weight onto one of Naruto's arms. Naruto chanced a glance at Mito, who was quiet, unexpectedly. She opened and closed her mouth, then said, that doesn't make it right, Tebura. Her voice at normal speaking volume, something rare for her. What buttons exactly? Mito said a few moments later. Boako stayed silent for a few seconds, in which Mito asked again. Naruto told Mito to wait. Boako said, he was practically telling me that I don't care if Naruto lives or dies. Then, he shut out Naruto himself, showing that he only cared about any paperwork that would come out of his death or injury, and put the nail in his coffin by threatening us. Scrunching up her usually almost expressionless face. Mito hadn't spoken for over a minute, and Naruto didn't want to break the silence, no matter how uncomfortable. At long last, Mito said, you should say sorry to Kakashi-san, softly. Boako twitched violently, jarring Naruto's arm a bit. She said, are you serious? Almost shouting the words. Oi, don't yell at me, Mito said, raising her voice too. Naruto was tempted to just get away, but he sighed, resigning himself to his fate. He squeezed Boako's forearm and put a hand on Mito's shoulder. Mito made a growl-like sound and looked at Naruto, but Boako went still. Naruto said, come on now. Mito has a point. Squeezing her forearm again. Boako tensed up. She said, all right, let's say I agree you two are right. I won't apologize either way. Mito made a sound of protest, but Naruto let go of her shoulder and told her, let it go, Mito. She is almost as bad at apologizing as I am. Mito looked Naruto in the eyes and said, are you serious, Naruto? Just how bad are you at it? Naruto made an ugh sound at the same time Boako did. Mito said, that bad? Huh. Laughing, though her face was still haunted. Boako had just finished her training session with Shursui, back to regularly training things other than her genjutsu, when Indra appeared in front of her, startling her. Of course, she managed to keep her reaction contained, but she could tell Indra had picked up on it. He's improving at an incredible rate, she thought. Ninja training or not, Indra was amazingly talented. Boako could admit that to herself. It is high time I took an active role in your training, Indra said, his expression more open than usual and his voice full of energy. Now that I have a grasp on you shinobi of the modern times and on the skills you require, I should be able to offer you something you will never find anywhere else, Boako. Boako had noticed that Indra's vocabulary was slowly becoming less complicated and formal. She was also intrigued by his offer, so she said, "What is that, exactly?" Indra spread his hands, saying, "What do you think the Sharingan is and does, Boako?" Boako thought for a few moments. Is that a trick question? They are special eyes that give the wielder a few special abilities, she finally said, each of her words carefully measured. A passable answer, though very short, the bare-bones version, if you will. What fuels the Sharingan, though? What distinguishes a weak user from a powerful one, other than their amount of chakra and level of chakra control, of course? Indra said, watching Boako very carefully. Boako tried to think of anything her relatives had said about the Sharingan. Indra stayed silent while she was concentrating. There is no value in killing the likes of you, foolish little sister. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, scorn me, and survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to your pitiful life. Boako's breath stopped for a moment. Hatred? Wait, Itachi was a liar. Was there a more reliable source? She thought it over a bit longer. I think I see the problem. After all, I am a Katan user myself, though my primary element is water, Irika said, taking on a lecture pose. Fire is unique in that it is fueled by the user's passion. An indecisive and torn heart cannot perform fire style well. While all jutsu need focus and one's spiritual energy, thus their chakra, is affected by emotions, fire is especially unforgiving of lapses. For most jutsu, the most consistent results come when the user is calm and focused. Fire needs both that and passion. You need to be in control of your passion, not the other way around. Especially when first learning a jutsu. The Sharingan is strengthened by the user's passion, Boako whispered. That explains why the Uchiha tended to be so good at fire style. Indra looked at Boako, his eyes wide open in glee. Yes, he shouted out much louder than his usual. The Sharingan gains power from passion. Have you not ever wondered why only about 1 Uchiha in 3 awoke the Sharingan in Konohagakure? The mostly peaceful existence of police officers and modern hidden village shinobi could not awaken the passions that would arise in the Warring States era. From everything you and someone else have told me of shinobi history, Tsunade said something about the awakening of a bloodline being rough on a person. Boako told Indra. Why would you place faith in the words of that woman? Indra said, the barest hint of a grimace on his face. The loss of secret techniques, the passing of time, too little new blood, too much new blood. Those and even what that woman said could be among the causes of fewer Sharingan users. Unfortunately for her credibility, from what I have managed to get out of Madara, the phenomenon of a new Sharingan user damaging themselves due to its awakening only happened in non-combatants exposed to the perils of war in his time. Do you grasp what I am implying? Uchiha Boako. Many of the modern Uchiha had gotten lazy, Boako said, biting a lip. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Then, the reason Itachi succeeded had a lot to do with how weak most of the clan had gotten, even the combatants. It's possible that my parents didn't even resist for other reasons, on the other hand. Sighing quietly, apart from the sounds of the illusory river and some fake birds, silence reigned for minutes. Then Indra said, what will you do to combat those issues, so that you do not end up weak? Boako thought it over. She had Naruto to push her to new heights as her friend and rival, and Itachi as a target to surpass. What more could she do? If I might suggest something, Indra said, I would like you to meet somebody. Boako perked up. She said, does that have something to do with your reference to Madara earlier? Indra smirked for the first time in a while, maybe even the first time Boako had ever seen him make that expression, and made a come-hither motion. A male Uchiha, much taller than Indra, came forth. He resembled Boako a lot in face shape and with that long black hair, though his was more spiky. His face didn't reveal his age. He could be anywhere from mid-20s to late 40s. His active pair of Sharingan took in Boako at the same time she was taking him in. The man then turned to Indra, saying, "Now, I'm allowed to see my descendant, or rather Izuna's. You rat bastard. What are you plotting? She is my descendant as well, Madara," Indra said serenely. "Besides, you have a tendency toward overkill is the modern name of the concept, I believe. You could not be trusted with someone that young, especially considering this foul language." "Fair enough," Madara said, literally shrugging off the matter. Then he said, "So, you are Boako, the almost last Uchiha?" Studying her again. "You look like any other young Uchiha girl," Madara concluded. Boako stared Madara down, Sharingan to Sharingan. She didn't even dignify his taunt with a response. Dread, then fear unlike any before filled Boako. What the hell dash? All of a sudden, she was an ant and this man a giant about to step on her. Genjutsu? No, it's pure killing intent. She didn't stand a chance against him. She couldn't even move her body. What could she know? "Go to hell, you bastard." She flexed her good hand in such a way that a finger broke, leaving her left-hand middle finger to face Madara in an obscene gesture and snapping herself out of her paralysis with the pain. The feral grin on Madara's face would have fazed almost anyone else, but Boako only returned the grin. She placed her right hand in a one-handed hand seal, then another and another. Lightning style, White Bolt. The jutsu was based on a manga other than Pocket Monsters she had read and was a more streamlined and efficient but less powerful version of Thunderbolt. It was also the only elemental jutsu she could pull off with one-handed seals so far other than the Great Fireball. Madara made one-handed seals of his own, blowing Boako away using a wind jutsu. Or rather, he blew away a log at the same time Boako was releasing the Great Fireball, turning the wind jutsu against him, until the wind became stronger, forcing Boako's jutsu back towards her. "Oh crap, what do I do?" She reflexively brought her hands together, broken finger and all, and used an earth jutsu, covering her body with a thick layer of mud at the same time she dropped to the ground. The heat she felt on her skin was great, but nowhere near as bad as she had feared. Her training to learn how Senketsu Mabini had been a lot worse. She got up as soon as she was sure the heat had passed. He must have redirected it. Madara was looking at her, still looking very unimpressed. Boako grit her teeth. "This man, he makes me furious." That look on his face. Soon enough, the pain of her burns and broken finger caught up with Boako. She was able to keep from letting out a sound, but she couldn't bring herself to look at the finger directly. Looking at it turned her stomach. "You have a really, really long way before you are at a level where you would be considered even barely adequate for my era. If you ever reach it," Madara said, looking at her more neutrally. In reply, she presented to him her finger. Madara laughed with little restraint. He said, "If only there were women like you in the Uchiha clan during my time. Even one should be enough. I never succumbed to the pressure for me to marry and have children because the Uchiha women were all too weak-willed and compliant. That's why I hoped that Mito would be interested, but apparently she had already decided to marry Hashirama. Ah, I was so envious." Boako hadn't expected Madara to be so open. Perhaps he had been unable to confide in anyone for years. Well, she could work with that. To torment him or to get information. It didn't matter, she said. "Envious? Which of them were you envious of?" Smirking at Madara. Madara blinked for a few seconds, then scowled at her. "I do not like what you are implying. So, both of them?" Boako said, blinking innocently. Then, something else occurred to her. "By the way, the fact that you are attracted enough to someone my age that you said you wish there were more like me for you to marry. Well, it doesn't reflect very well on you, does it?" The expression on Madara's face was priceless. It reminded her of the long-suffering look of someone who had lost their faith in humanity. Seeing him like that brought Boako joy. Madara looked down on her and had shown her that she was nowhere near strong enough to reach his level. Possibly not for a decade or more, if ever. She immortalized the moment with her Sharingan, then switched it off. "No, I will reach his level. I will surpass him. I will." One moment, she was looking at Madara's face. The next, She was alone with Indra again. His expression was completely unreadable at first, but for a moment, she noticed an imperceptible twitch on his face. She wasn't sure what it meant, though. Maybe I should have kept my Sharingan on. Indra said, "Do you see now?" His face stoic again. She didn't ask what he meant. She only said, "I'm weak," gritting her teeth. She despised being looked down upon, and Madara hadn't stopped looking down on her for more than a few seconds at a time. She hated him. Most importantly, though, she hated how someone had been able to rip her resistance to pieces with practically zero effort. A little voice was even telling her she might never reach. I hate dash. Boako let out a scream, one that had nothing to do with her physical injuries. She screamed out her anguish, her hate, she couldn't even give a name to her emotions. She screamed long and loud. She screamed at the heavens, where the major gods were said to reside. She screamed at the pure land, where the souls of the departed dwelled. She screamed somewhere nobody was able to hear her apart from dead relatives. Like Indra and Shursui. Boako? Boako, what is it? What's wrong? Shursui's voice said, sounding panicked. Boako took a few deep breaths, then said, Madara. I met Madara today. Shursui looked Boako in the eyes. He said, What did he do? His face tightening. Is he the one who caused those burns? Did he break your finger? Boako swatted away Shursui's hand. She watched Shursui's face turn more worried, then said, You think I'm weak, too, don't you? That I can't even take care of myself. You look down on me, Shursui-san. Just like that bastard, Madara. Gritting her teeth again, Shursui's face shifted to a strange smile. Was he looking down on her even more? Before she could yell at him, he said, Pride comes before the fall, Boako. Remember that, and disappeared. Boako broke down crying for the first time in 3 years. Maybe? She wrote it out alone for some time. She had lost count. And not just because the world of the Gunbai was eternally lit by the late afternoon sun, or something that looked like it. How do I become strong, Indra? Stronger than Madara. Strong enough that nobody is able to look down on me. Boako said quietly, feeling slightly lighter. Indra said, Well, the first step is to discard what is unnecessary. Only those that inspire the strongest emotions in you should be kept as bonds. Uchiha Boako, Kakashi said, his face expressionless. You are to present yourself to Sandaime-sama's office in 2 hours from now. Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Mito are to be there too. Goodbye. He poofed into smoke, revealing himself as a shadow clone. Again, Mito had kept pestering Boako to get her to apologize to Kakashi for the past few days. Naruto would usually manage to distract Mito with talk of pranks and targeting Sakura, but Boako was still starting to get annoyed. Unnecessary bonds. Huh? Is this what you meant, Indra? Are you pleased now, Sandaime-sama? Kakashi said, making his own displeasure clear. The third took in a puff from his pipe, then said, Watch your tone, Kakashi. I am still your Hokage. Looking at Kakashi sternly. Kakashi had never craved for the man's approval to Jiraiya's level though, and he was long out of ANBU. What was the saying? You can take the operative out of ANBU, but you can't take the ANBU out of the operative? Unfortunately for those who believed in the saying, Kakashi had been cured of most any loyalty he had had toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders visibly, making the third's face spasm in annoyance very subtly. Kakashi was sharp enough to notice it, even when his nose was impeded by the accursed pipe and the Sharingan was inactive. As a matter of fact, I am highly displeased, the third said, frowning. You have not uncovered the identity of their teachers, and they are more loyal to each other than they are to Konoha. Mito is more loyal to her teammates than she is to Konoha, and the other two likely do not care about the village. Whose fault is that? I normally don't say this, but I told you so, Kakashi said, relishing the renewed annoyance on the man's face. Kakashi could smell his students-to-be nearing the office. A few seconds later, he noticed the third make a discreet single-handed hand seal. So he knew the man, being a chakra sensor, had felt them coming too. Couple minutes later, the kids arrived at a walking pace. Kakashi shrugged off the glares from his new students and, having reflected on both sides' behavior, decided to let Boako off, though an apology from her wouldn't be remiss. Not so strangely, the three of them smelled nervous according to Kakashi's eyes and nose, though Boako's rage eclipsed all her other emotions. The stranger part was that Naruto reeked of nervousness the most. Had Naruto done something else naughty, for lack of a better word? The third began to talk, saying, "You three are to form Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi. Now, I would like to speak to each member separately. I have already had my conversation with Kakashi, that canny old man." The third, having phrased things as he had, was implying that Sarutobi was the one to have pushed for Team 7 passing. What was more, Kakashi wasn't allowed to talk about the test the third had ordered him to put into his own test, like haven't already found more than one loophole, not to mention multiple plans for his next move, even a court-martial. Ha! Kakashi giggled, seemingly perversely and lost in his own head, but he decided not to oversell things, so he didn't get Ika out. Kakashi straightened his face and posture, ostensibly due to the third's glare, but Sarutobi didn't really faze him anymore. "You know, Sarutobi Hiruzen," Kakashi said inside his own head. "For someone who's so paranoid about me usurping your position, you are remarkably quick to underestimate me." Kakashi was dying to know what the third and Kakashi's students had talked about, but that could wait for later. The four of them were in training ground 3, with the kids looking at each other strangely and glaring at him. Kakashi clapped his hands while his original was using genjutsu to trick the ANBU, spying on them into not seeing anything, and another clone was running interference with that annoying telescope jutsu and its crystal ball. Kakashi said, "So, kids, we are going to do a role-playing exercise. I will be the leader of the village hidden in the foliage, the Hokage, and Naruto will be my best jounin, Shabaru. Shabaru, step up." Boako was eyeing Kakashi shrewdly. Naruto looked resentful and Mito confused. So Boako is good at seeing through such things. Kakashi said, "So, Shabaru, you have the loyalty of most of my forces, so there is a risk of you usurping my position. I secretly want you to make sure that the previous leader's children hate you. Thus, as soon as you get the opportunity, make sure to test their loyalty to each other in a particular way." At that point, Naruto was also looking at Kakashi in a new light. He said, Hokage-sama, how should I go about testing them?" Kakashi scratched his head. Then he said, "First off, I want you to make sure that you are a hard-ass, that you come across as someone who doesn't much care about them, but at the same time find an excuse that will hold up to scrutiny, like your obsession with not abandoning comrades. Secondly, don't tell them about it and don't tell anyone else either, because I'm a paranoid old man, see the hair? But losing my faculties, I have left a loophole or 3, though I've closed plenty. Thirdly, make sure to threaten them in such a way that you see which way they choose, each other or Konoha. Fourthly, I am thinking of wording things in such a way that they think I'm their benefactor and you truly intended to fail them. Finally, I want you to find out who has trained them." Naruto, or rather Shabaru, said, "Understood. Hokage-sama, I am most definitely not thinking of using a hypothetical scenario to get my point across." Then, Naruto got out of the role, saying, "Don't even walls have ears, Kakashi-san though?" Kakashi shook his head. He said, "As long as your new students don't blab too soon, I'm certain that you have taken care of everything else, Shabaru. Also that you haven't told me anything about who trained them, even though you have an idea." Then he let the smugness show on his face, its upper half at least. His ice smirk, as Gunma had called it. Kakashi could see the progression of emotions on the kids' faces. He would like to be a fly on the wall when Sarutobi would find out about Kakashi's indiscretion. Trust between those three and me is shaky and will need to be built from the ground up at best, even when it comes to Mito, but I'm glad to have this chance. Come to think of it, though, they were really quick to believe the worst of Sarutobi, even though he talked to them first. They obviously know what he pulled with separating the twins. Could they know about the other secret about them that Sarutobi is hiding? Kakashi needed to think on that further. Naruto and Mito needed to find out very carefully. The Kyuubi and what had followed its attack was a very volatile and delicate matter. He would also consult with Jiraiya, thanks to the little miracle of Fuinjutsu Jiraiya had sent Kakashi with a toad very recently. Come to think of it, could Boako have suspicions like I do about the Uchiha clan downfall? No, can't be. She was too young to notice the signs. Then again, age is less of a factor than some think. Mito helped me make a seal for the Sharingan when she was 6 and improved it to the point I can shut it off or activate it in split seconds when she wasn't even 8. Could Boako have been able forget it? Kakashi decided to shelve that train of thought for later. Team 7 had gotten started with D ranks. The face Boako had made when first told what they had to do was especially entertaining. Mito would lag behind the other two's teamwork, probably not for the first time in her life, considering she lived with the Akimichi clan and was friends with the Yamanaka and Nara heirs, too. On the other hand, Kakashi wasn't concentrating on teamwork as much as he had expected he would need to, so he was free to get his genin's individual skills up to par. Even if adding Mito to the other two's maneuvers posed a challenge, she was much more in tune with them than Kakashi had dared hope. It was time for the second weekly 3-on-1 spar. Kakashi was always right in time for team meetings, quite unlike his usual habits. He got Aika out of his pouch in front of his genin team for the first time. He noticed Mito roll her eyes. It was probably because of being around Jiraiya so much that she had recognized and dismissed it so quickly. Boako and Naruto were looking at the book in curiosity. "What's that book, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, looking hyper, but Kakashi wasn't fooled. Naruto was a lot like Minato in that both were generally goofy, but the higher the stakes got, the more focused and dangerous and ruthless both got. Unlike Minato-sensei, though, Naruto's behavior is more a mask, I think. On the other hand, Sensei was truly like that and his behavior more akin to split personalities. Kakashi thought to himself, that doesn't bode well for Naruto's mental stability either way. However much I loved and love Sensei, he definitely had a few screws loose, beyond the usual for high-level shinobi. Not that I'm one to talk. Haha. When Kakashi didn't reply, Naruto's face turned stony. Boako put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and whispered something even Kakashi couldn't hear into Naruto's ear. Naruto's face turned from moderately tan to a deep blush. How do you know about me sneaking glances at those magazines in shops? Naruto said in a low voice, but Kakashi was able to hear him. Kakashi put his Aika Paradise 3 copy back into his pouch where 1, 2 and both Aika violence books were. However amused he was at poor Naruto's predicament. They had something important to do and he wasn't certain Boako's pride could take it if he fought her while reading a book. Or the other's pride, for that matter. The three of them were putting a little bit of distance between each other when Kakashi gave the starting signal. They were in a triangle formation, with Mito being at the far back, away from Kakashi, making the clone hand seal already. Kakashi stomped on the ground, doing a hand seal at the same time. Earth style, tracking maze. He had decided to shake things up in order to put the kids' ability to work together to the test. A Y-shaped wall, decorated with dog-head statues, cut off the kids from one another. Kakashi joined his hands, whispering, "Part 2. Making the 2-meter-tall wall expand upwards, far beyond easy jumping distance for most chunin, and also in every other direction, turning it into a maze of hardened walls. He also added a third part, changing his hand seal so that water started coming out the dog heads, enough to weaken fire ninjutsu. Just because I don't hate Boako doesn't mean I will make things easy for her," Kakashi thought to himself. He seriously doubted that Naruto's earth style would help the kids much, considering just how much chakra Kakashi had concentrated into each wall and how tightly he had packed the rock-like soil. The strain on Kakashi's chakra system made him shiver a bit, but he had chakra levels comparable to the average Kage in their prime and amazing chakra control, so the chakra expenditure of that jutsu didn't affect him beyond that. Kakashi shook his head at how pitiful his chakra reserve was compared to his everything else, really. Let's see. Boako has managed to locate Mito, if I judge by the direction she is heading. I wonder how. Chakra sense is dampened in there due to my chakra's presence and density, to the point someone would need to be as good a sensor as the Sandame to use it beyond a couple meters. The loud water shower should take care of any fellow tracker, whether they use their ears or nose, unless they are comparable to an Inuzuka. The steady drain of chakra to maintain the water shower was barely noticeable. Kakashi had made sure to find a bigger source of water under the ground to fuel that. Kakashi used one of the dog heads to look where Naruto was with his dog's eyes jutsu. Asterisk. Naruto put his index finger on the ground. After at least 20 seconds of trying, he shook his head, then tried again, which led to Naruto heading toward Mito too. Kakashi couldn't believe what his senses were telling him. Both Naruto and Boako. What are they feeding kids these days? As soon as the three of them had regrouped, Naruto made an earth-style wall in such a way that the three genin could use it as a ramp to jump over Kakashi's own walls. Kakashi wasn't idle, though. He used Housenka no Jutsu to pepper them with small fireballs, toned down not to be lethal, of course. Naruto hadn't noticed Kakashi until the last moment apparently, so when Naruto used water filled with Kakashi's chakra to make a water formation wall while using only one hand seal in record time, Kakashi stopped in his tracks for 0.2 of a second, which was the equivalent of a pratfall for a regular jounin. Naruto can use a second element? So proficiently at that. Kakashi thought to himself. The kids were fresh genin. Wait, how long have they been hiding their skills and what else are they hiding? The smell of something different but known under the ground made Kakashi focus fully again. He decided to strike the different-smelling soil beneath him with shuriken imbued with lightning-style chakra, and was rewarded with the familiar sound and smell of earth clones dispelling. Of course, the kids wouldn't let things stop at that, so over 20 of Mito attacked Kakashi, some hiding under Jiraiya's invisibility jutsu, which didn't help them fool Kakashi's nose. Kakashi fought her hand-to-hand, dispelling the clones before Mito had the chance to gather her wits, but the Uchiha clan's coming-of-age jutsu covered the space between the original Mito and Kakashi before he could follow through. Surprisingly powerful considering how damp and filled with Kakashi's chakra the air was. Naruto's globs of mud landed where Kakashi's eyes would have been, had he not used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to escape. Then, Biwako's shuriken started coming towards Kakashi at a rate and with a precision that reminded him of her brother, when Itachi had had his Sharingan off at least. So, they have been hiding more. I haven't even seen Naruto use his staff when not startled. Kakashi thought absent-mindedly as he deflected the shuriken with a kunai. Could Boako already have the Sharingan? If so, why isn't she using it though? Filing off all those discrepancies for later, Kakashi decided to finish the spar. He swiped at Naruto's arm with his kunai, then caught the other by the wrist. Kakashi threw Naruto in such a way that the coming punch's force was redirected toward the ground and Naruto himself, likely spraining the kid's wrist. Then Kakashi had to contend with Bowako's Tanto and one of Mito's Fuinjutsu-based traps. He used Fire-style Vapor's Jutsu to counter a wild water wave from Naruto and make the others back off at the same time, while gathering more water vapors to turn into the hidden mist jutsu. Not wasting any time, Kakashi went on the offensive. His nose wasn't hampered by his own mist, so he used his full speed and response time to disarm Boako, then knock her out by pinching her shoulder blade, near the spine where the gate of life was located. He went to do the same to Mito. There was logically no way she should have had the time to react, and yet Mito sidestepped at exactly the right time for Kakashi to simply cause her pain with his pinch. She tried to get some kind of cursed seal on Kakashi while Naruto was preparing something so huge that even Kakashi, being no kind of chakra sensor, was able to sense the chakra building up. As Kakashi knocked Mito out, he could feel himself slowly lose Naruto's scent. The cheeky brat is infusing my hidden mist with his own chakra, Kakashi concluded, but it didn't keep him from reaching Naruto and knocking him out. A few minutes later, after Naruto had taken care of all injuries with an efficiency and level of skill that still impressed Kakashi, Kakashi started going over the kid's performance. He said, "Well, your teamwork has improved in the past few weeks, but it wasn't the main reason why you performed so well. I know you kids don't exactly trust me yet, but two of you have been holding back hugely, only revealing your skills, or some of them, when under duress." Naruto looked contemplative, so Kakashi told him to speak freely. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, isn't a ninja supposed to keep their skills secret until they really need those skills?" Kakashi shook his head. He said, "The saying is mostly valid. Young shinobi aren't meant to hide their skills from their teachers, though. That's a misconception. It leads to learning less and weakening oneself in the long run." Naruto looked down, seemingly contemplating something again. "That goes for all three of you," Kakashi said, raising his voice a bit. Additionally, if you would like to tell me or show me or learn something, I'm available. I can't promise I will always have time, nor that I will definitely teach you what you might ask, but I will at least hear you out. Kakashi was somewhat secretly watching while his genin were pulling weeds from a garden. He saw Naruto put a hand on Mito's wrist. Yes, that wasn't a weed. Naruto was right to stop her. What's going on here? What are you brat doing to the honorable daughter? An elderly male voice yelled out, brandishing a walking cane like a staff. Kakashi twitched, but he decided to wait and see how the kids would handle the situation. The old man fussed over Mito while glaring at Naruto and threatening to report him. Kakashi could smell Naruto's rage, but in his body language, it was barely perceptible. Let go of Mito, Naruto told the old man, who started threatening Naruto with his cousin, Hamura, who was a trusted advisor of the Thirds. Naruto put his hand on the man's shoulder and squeezed. He told the old man something, whispering very quietly next to his ear, while a shaken Mito moved away from the old man and hid behind Naruto. The old man smelled of terrible fear that put even Kakashi on edge, so he moved to put a stop to the confrontation, before Boako had the chance to get involved too and make things worse. Why, you little, I am not so easily intimidated. Mr. Teacher, do you know what that little monster did and said? The man, Mitokado Miura or something, said. Mito said, don't listen to that crazy old fart. Kakashi-sensei, the bastard started everything. Her voice shrill. Young lady, the old man said, please do not argue with me on this. Trying to shove Naruto away, then hit him with his cane, but only succeeding in dropping to the dirt with a little discreet help from Naruto. Miura started yelling about an assault, so loudly that his wife came out. Fortunately, they weren't close enough to other houses for neighbors to come. Then, Kakashi intervened. He helped the man to his feet, accidentally elbowing him in the gut to shut him up. Then, Kakashi said out loud, don't bother lying, Miura-san. I was here hidden all along. So, this is what you are going to do. You will sign on the mission sheet, paying us triple the standard fee for our exceptional performance. You will keep away from any member of my team. You will also refrain from spreading any rumors, especially ones filled with lies. That will have some benefits for you too. 1. You will be able to request missions from Konoha Shinobi in the future. 2. The Shinobi of Konoha will still be willing to protect you and not accidentally cause you to have a heart attack, then forget their medical knowledge for a few minutes. 3. You know who I am. You know what influence I hold, so don't pretend you don't, nor that Hamura-san will support you against me. You also know that my father's failed mission had a backlash on me. You wouldn't want that kind of reputation to fall on your children and grandchildren, would you? When that incident was over and done with, Kakashi told his students, kids, 2 rules when dealing with civilians, especially clients. 1. Be very careful, keep threats covert and never get physical, preferably even when they do so first. 2. Rule 1 can be ignored like I did only when you are certain you will get away with it. Kakashi knew that all that nonsense had only escalated to that point because there had been no consequences to the offenders. Perhaps people would get the idea after a scare or 3. He sighed under his breath. If the Third had cared less about the idea of Konoha and more about its people, oh well. Dwelling on what-ifs nearly broke me before. The Third and both his advisors were looking at Kakashi with varying degrees of disquiet. At last, Hamura broke the silence. He said, was that really necessary, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded, but did nothing else. You will have to explain more than that, the Third said, an edge in his voice. Koharu opened her eyes fully. Koharu actually opened her eyes. Kakashi made sure to listen very carefully. She said, what I do not get is this. Why have we gathered here for something so trivial as a civilian's temper tantrum? An edge in her voice, too. The Third said, if our civilians don't feel safe in their own home village, then what image do we show to potential clients? This is of monumental importance. Hiruzen? Koharu said, interrupting him. Get bent. Closing her eyes to half-lit it again. The Third just stood there, looking dumbfounded. Kakashi wasn't much better off. Hamura cleared his throat, then said, I believe what Koharu meant is that things will only escalate further if the situation isn't nipped in the bud, and that 1 civilian or 2 aren't much in the grand scheme of things. related to me or not. Remember, this happened due to your negligence, Hiruzen. I'm washing my hands of this matter. Then Hamura walked away along with Koharu. Kakashi stood at attention, not so secretly enjoying the expression on the third's face. The third lifted his head, telling Kakashi to just go, which disappointed Kakashi a little. He had wanted to see him in anguish for longer. There's something seriously wrong with the third, though. For a moment, Kakashi had caught him murmuring something like, "Is he the one who has the eye? And international changes beneficial to Konoha. Perhaps I should put something about that in my next message to Jiraiya." After cleaning the Inuzuka kennels, walking the pups, sewer duty, and catching Tora twice in a row, with Naruto the only one not to get scratched or bitten at all, Team 7 was being given a C-rank mission, meant to take place in the Land of Wind. The third gave Kakashi 2 scrolls, then said, "You are to meet with a certain sand jounin by the name of Baki, and give him the scroll tied with blue rope. The one with orange rope contains the rest of your briefing. Any questions? No? Get out of my office." Not even glancing at the genin, Kakashi told his students what to pack, then walked to the Forest of Death. Orange rope meant complications. He opened the mission briefing there, which contained a few extra instructions. This is interesting. What are you up to, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Boako and Mito weren't getting along very well recently. Naruto wasn't sure what had crawled up their asses and died, but he hadn't called them out on it. After the mission, he decided. The 3 of them and Kakashi had been tree-hopping for hours when they reached the end of the forest. Boako landed gracefully. Mito came to a stop a bit carelessly, and Naruto, he simply landed. Kakashi took Naruto aside, confusing him. Kakashi said, "So, Naruto, I noticed that you were able to rapidly take control of elements still infused with remnants of my chakra. Being able to absorb chakra is generally something a person either has the potential for or they don't. And most don't. It's something even more exclusive than being a natural sensor by far. I strongly suspect that you have both talents, though, because I know you are a sensor type, and you wouldn't have been able to manage that water ninjutsu so well without the other one." His expression not changing. Well, what part of it was visible? Naruto's thoughts went back to what little he had managed to find out about his bloodline limit. Yes, Mokuton could absorb chakra, but Naruto had had no luck with that part of it. Now, Naruto. No need for that pout, Kakashi said, his eyes closing in such a way that he gave the impression of smiling. Naruto scoffed, saying, "I wasn't pouting." "Sure you weren't," Kakashi said, still smiling. "So, you've been trying and failing? You had already known about that talent." Was Kakashi fishing for information? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, trying for a nonchalant expression. Kakashi sighed and looked away. He said, "I'll get you to trust me someday," his voice sounding a bit different than usual. There was nothing else to say, so Naruto said nothing. As they were power walking through a meadow, Kakashi twitched minutely. Naruto would have brushed it off, but several seconds later, so did Boako. Kakashi called for a stop with a hand gesture, so Naruto stopped moving, though he was the last one to do so. The man said, "Hokage-sama has given us a secondary mission. Eliminate any bandit camps we detect. Do you 3 understand?" Naruto said, "Yeah." Nodding, Boako looked at Naruto, her eyes wide open. Then she blinked. "What's that about?" he thought to himself. Mito looked confused. She said, "Well, I don't get it, Sensei. Could you explain?" What Naruto said was, "We kill all the bandits." Kakashi said, "Well, not an inaccurate description." Looking Naruto in the eyes, Mito cringed away, saying, Are you too serious?" Kakashi opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Naruto interjected with, "Yeah, shinobi kill. Sometimes scum like bandits. Sometimes ninjas from other villages who were in the way, and sometimes a person who is in the wrong place at the wrong time." Despite his harsh words, Naruto wasn't really bothered by that truth. He could either accept reality and move on, or give up and go on to be a civilian. "Yeah, no. I've been trying to be a better person for Irika Sensei and not attack people from Konoha, but why should I care about bandits? I'm a shinobi first, after all." This time, all 3 of the others were scrutinizing Naruto. "Naruto," Kakashi said, playing with his white silver hair, Have you killed before? Naruto immediately said, I don't want to talk about it, turning away. But dash, Mito said. If you're curious, ask Boako when I'm not around, Naruto said, trying to make it clear the conversation was over. Boako was tracking the bandits. Once Kakashi had noticed she was good at tracking with her nose, he had put her in charge of following the bandits' scent, only giving her a few tips from time to time. Admittedly, Kakashi knew a lot of tricks that the Hawks didn't, probably because only a few of their clan relied on their nose. Those bandits stank of alcohol, but they were much cleaner than Kakashi had described bandits as. When she said that, Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Kakashi said, I know, and their better hygiene is not a good sign at all. Stay on your guard for a possible shinobi leader. Boako clenched a fist as her breathing and heart rate picked up. The time to test herself had come. Hopefully, any missing nin that were with the bandits would be a challenge. Head in the game, Boako. If I lose to some lowly bandit or D-ranked missing nin, Naruto and Madara will never let me live it down. That's if I survive. As they passed by a flowing river and creeped closer to a cave that must house the bandits, something felt wrong to her, but she wasn't certain what. She activated her Sharingan discreetly. It was a warm late spring evening. The water puddles that were around were unusual in that weather, but somebody could have Crap. Too late, Boako noticed one of those puddles had a little bit of chakra in it. Two shinobi jumped out of it, wrapped a chain around Kakashi and Kawarimi no Jutsu. Boako took advantage of the two enemy shinobi's moment of surprise at the log in front of them to throw a few shuriken at them, then two kunai with ninja wire in their rings. They deflected the shuriken, but she wrapped the wire around their chain. Boako made a one-handed hand seal, electrifying the wires. Nothing. No good conductor. She increased the power, but the two ninjas separated the chain, leaving them twitching and a bit charred, but fighting fit. One of them went for Mito and Naruto and the other guarded the former's back from Boako. Seeing Naruto punch the ground from the corner of her eye, Boako used a Raitun Jutsu with two single-handed hand seals to know. He used what remained of the weapon to keep from being electrified, and without wires, she couldn't. Her enemy let out a hiss, nearly dropping the chain-like weapon. The heat. Boako couldn't think, only react, because the man ran at her, swinging his dripping poisoned weapon. She sidestepped twice, but the man was agile and skilled. He maneuvered well, so the chain was still going to hit her. Dirt from her mud hazard hit the man just below the slashed Kiri forehead protector, making him falter. Her Raitun chakra enhanced shuriken were redirected barely enough for the former Kirinin to get his shoulders impaled and lose the use of his arms, rather than his life. Boako drew her tanto, enhanced it with Raitun chakra and cut off his arms just above the wrists, using her Sharingan to make sure the angle was one that would keep him from attacking her back. She didn't want to test Naruto's skill with poisons that way, though the enemy's attempt to kick her and bite her made her chuckle for some reason. After lodging a kunai between the back of the guy's head and neck and taking a quick look at Naruto's side of the fight, Boako switched off her jujitsu. The other, similar-looking missing nin was dead. Just like her own opponent. Oh shit. She had killed someone. Mutilated him. She felt nauseous, like she was gonna puke. After a few seconds, though just after she had resigned herself to puking the nausea subsided. Strangely enough, Boako didn't much care, one way or the other. She wasn't sure why she had nearly puked. With a last uneasy glance behind her, she walked up to Naruto and Mito. Naruto, Mito said. What, you just destroyed him just like that. I know that we're ninjas, but you didn't just kill him. You mangled him first. His legs a tremor in her voice. Boako let out a loud breath out in a sigh. Mito turned to her, saying, Boako, did you see what Naruto did to Dash? The only thing Boako did was point toward the other enemy shinobi, what remained of him at any rate. She really didn't want to speak to the annoyance, but the sudden intake of breath from Mito was bothersome all of its own for some reason. A throat clearing alerted Boako to Kakashi's presence. He took Mito aside, had a few words Boako couldn't hear, then they both returned. Mito looked thoughtful, so Boako didn't bother looking at her twice. Suddenly, Naruto perked up and made a single-handed hand seal. He said, I feel something. A lot of people with weaker chakra are coming, getting into a ready stance. Boako could smell the stench of sweat, alcohol, and tobacco approaching. 9 men burst out of the cave, pausing in confusion, but a few regained their focus immediately. One of them shouted something, then drew a dagger. Before Boako could do anything, the bandits had been ripped to pieces by stalagmites in what she recognized as the Doruso, earth flow spear. Shink! Boako had moved before she could think about it consciously, sidestepping and bringing up a kunai out of her seals, deflecting something clumsily. The kunai had been knocked out of her hand and her arm was hurting all over with the force. By the time she got her bearings, Kakashi had killed all of the remaining enemies. I nearly died. I dropped my guard and very nearly got killed. Boako realized she was panting, her entire body trembling and everything starting to spin. Something was touching her back, something that smelt like a forest after it had rained, very familiar and comforting. She could vaguely hear Naruto's voice somewhere, behind her maybe? She turned her head. He was next to her, his hand on her shoulder blade rubbing circles. She could see him and almost everything around them very clearly. Too clearly. Boako became conscious of the flow of chakra to her eyes, so she stopped it. Boako! Was that the Sharingan? Oh gods, that's amazing. It looks just like Kakashi's, so it's at full power. Mito's grating voice hit Boako's ears. Naruto covered Boako with a blanket, 3 of his clones standing vigilant in the manji formation around her, one of them keeping Mito at bay. Boako was really thankful, too thankful for words to describe. Kakashi showed Boako what had nearly killed her. It was a somewhat damaged crossbow bolt. If that had hit me, I'd be a goner, she thought with a shudder. Now, time to focus again. We're on a mission. Taking slow, deep breaths, Kakashi started in on the history of the Land of Rivers, something about it having been a battlefield in the First and Second Shinobi World War. Fire owns a big chunk of land in what is otherwise river country, as does wind, after negotiations with Shodai-sama and the then Fire Daimyo. Just how much land each owns was the main point of contention between Suna and Konoha in both the First and the Second Shinobi World War, Kakashi said, Boako listening with half an ear. After the plains and rivers giving way to less green land, ending up somewhere there was sand everywhere the eye could see, then night falling, the 4 of them made camp by necessity, because of the moon being in a lightless phase. Mito kept complaining about the weather, but Naruto had started feeling on edge at some point, eventually to a level even the 2 former Kiri ninjas hadn't gotten him. So he didn't respond to her. Something dangerous is coming. Just as Naruto thought to signal the others, he heard footsteps on the rough rocky ground they had made camp on, ones that weren't coming from any of the others. Naruto exited the tent and turned towards where they sounded. He first saw the hair, mostly orange but with parts being green. Then, he noticed the dry cold of the desert night become more bearable. The woman's kunoichi's chakra was extremely powerful and felt hot, no, scorching. The fact she hadn't bothered to hide made Naruto even more wary. She looked maybe 5 or 6 years older than Kakashi. Speaking of Kakashi, he had placed himself between the 3 of them and the woman. Naruto could feel chakra similar to Boako's coming out of Kakashi's face, something that made his worries that much greater. He activated the Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself with trepidation. He's never used it before. The teamwork to use here is simple. Stay behind me and don't get anywhere near this woman. She's out of your league, Kakashi said, a different kind of edge in his voice, more primal and nearly panicked. Naruto stayed in place, frozen, until someone Boako dragged him back a few paces. At the same time, Kakashi said, So, might I ask what you want with us? Pakura of the Infernal Death? The woman scoffed. Then she said, You killed the demon brothers and my civilian allies. Did you expect no reprisal? Kakashi shook his head. He said, You've fallen far, hero of the hidden sand. His voice even. Don't call me that. Pakura said, the temperature increasing again. Then she said, What do you know, Hataki? I know that your village once turned on you because of your father, that piece of shit. And I'm sure they've sent you on more than your fair share of suicide missions. But Suna went one step further and gave me gift-wrapped to the fucking Yonde Mizukage. I'm no hero, much less of that village. I'm every bit the monster you are and vice versa, though we can't compare to a Kage's evil. She calmed down after a few deep breaths, which did interesting things to her chest. No focus. So, Pakura had been backstabbed by her village? Naruto could relate. He was also disappointed, apparently. Suna wasn't any better than Konoha. Perhaps somewhere deep inside, he had hoped it was only Konoha that were such bastards. Joining Suna is probably off the table, even if they weren't Konoha's allies. Kiri, I knew what they are like, so a hard pass. Ugh. No. Kumo, well, I don't know. They're very fond of backstabs in general. Naruto thought to himself. A fight started, and Naruto was mesmerized by the moves of the enemy Kunoichi and Kakashi. The woman was extremely agile and was able to use Katon, fire style, and Futon, wind style, with one-handed seals, to devastating effect. He had thought he had known how skilled and powerful Kakashi was, but the way he was fighting proved that he hadn't even been trying before. Beasts made of Raitun, lightning style, chakra were countered by gusts of wind, which were countered by Kakashi's fire style. Vapors jutsu, which was burned away by weight. A few strange fireballs had devoured Kakashi's Katon, and only grown stronger for it. Kakashi was doing a great job keeping Pakura at a distance and even on the back foot, but Naruto still worried. As the fight kept raging, lighting up the desert night, Naruto thought he had heard something from further away. A stronger wind started brewing sandstorm? No, that's not natural. It has chakra in it. Is it Pakura's doing? Or, with no more warning, a sandstorm filled with chakra struck at both Kakashi and Pakura, starting with Kakashi's back and making Naruto cough. Not even 2 seconds after the distant sound. When the storm subsided and Naruto's vision and airways cleared, he noticed Pakura many meters away from where she had been, looking unharmed. Kakashi, on the other hand, was bleeding. A lot. His clothes had been destroyed at the right side of the back and even his head was bloody. Pakura said, "Gaara-san, please do not interfere." Very sternly, "Mother wants your blood. Both your blood." The newly revealed Gaara, a short red-headed boy around Naruto's age, said. How had he sneaked up on all of them like that? Even Naruto had had barely more than a second of warning. The redhead stank of malice, figuratively, and his chakra, ha 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 ha. That chakra, it reeks of sadism. Naruto thought to himself, no, there are 2 kinds of chakra dash. Before Naruto could consider what he had just stumbled upon for more than a second, Kakashi physically stumbled, probably due to the blood loss. No, off balance. Kakashi shot a purple-colored lightning-style jutsu at Pakura, while she used wind-style. But Naruto ignored her and shot a Daibakafu no Jutsu, Great Waterfall Jutsu, using only one hand seal and making plus gathering water faster than ever before, draining most of his chakra in split seconds in the dry environment and imparting as much momentum as he could. He managed to intercept Gaara's sand with the A-rank jutsu and stop its advance, just before it would have hit Kakashi. Ah, that fucking hurts. Naruto's insides felt like his blood had turned into acid at certain places. He managed to only let out a small grunt. Internal chakra burns again. Naruto watched the zapped and trembling Pakura warily as he approached Kakashi, but she only said, "I'll get revenge for my men some other time," and clumsily threw a smoke bomb near her. Sensing Pakura's wavering chakra, Naruto could tell that while probably not low on chakra, she was extremely weakened by the lightning jutsu, to the point she might even lose to an advanced genin team like theirs. A medic nin puts their squadmates first and doesn't charge into the fray, at least not carelessly. Tsunade said, no, he had other priorities. Boako reached Naruto just as the smoke dissipated, with Mito following shortly after. Only then did Naruto allow himself to let out more noises. What's wrong, Naruto? Mito asked him, sounding very worried. Can't talk now. Light? Naruto said, letting out another grunt, though the pain was subsiding fast, fortunately. He also disinfected his hands. Boako only hesitated a moment before making a shadow clone, which used a certain D-ranked fire-style jutsu, as he had expected. He examined Kakashi the manual way, checking out his own body and helping it heal with the mystical diagnostic palm jutsu at the same time. Then, he used the jutsu on Kakashi for a second to make sure of the diagnosis. Naruto cut off some of the hair for easier access and cleaned the scalp wound with practiced motions, making sure to remove any hairs from the wound too. Then used the mystical palm very carefully, mindful of the injury and of his own low chakra, stopping the bleeding. After that one, Naruto completely tore open Kakashi's ruined vest and shirt to clean up and disinfect the lacerations on his back. Naruto breathed in and out steadily, ignoring the sounds of a fight between his teammates and the redhead, and healed the back wounds as much as he could, too. He thanked his lucky stars that Kakashi had only been glanced at the head, cutting him but not getting the brain directly. Then it was back to checking Kakashi's head wound. A hand caught Naruto's wrist. "Easy, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said. "I'm treating your injuries. Rin, Ishfayan you're not Shinsei?" "Oh, Naruto," Kakashi slurred out. While the wound might not have gotten the brain directly, the blood loss along with the exertion did. Naruto thought to himself. Out loud he said, "It's all right, sensei. The Jounin level Kunoichi ran away. Only the other guy is left and he's my age," leaving out how the redhead Gaara had been able to sneak up on all of them, even Kakashi. "Shoulda used water jutsu and hidden mist," Kakashi said. "Chakuare fe efficiency be damned." Slightly more clearly than before, Naruto used some bandages, then fed Kakashi a blood-replenishing pill and some water, urging him to slowly swallow them. He used the mystical diagnostic palm on Kakashi's head again. Finding nothing that Naruto would risk trying to fix with his current expertise, he left Kakashi be, telling Boako's clone he didn't need light anymore. The battle was still raging and Kakashi was in no condition to be fighting, so Naruto left a pair of his own shadow clones, with the explicit instructions to get Kakashi to a safe place, not to let him fall asleep yet and not to allow him to join the fight. Teacher secured, Naruto got ready to jump into the fray. He lowered his goggles to cover his eyes, made a hand seal and carefully channeled a bit of chakra into said eyes for better night vision, something he avoided using if he could, because it would cause strong headaches afterwards. The others had moved further, but Naruto found the positions of his teammates. Mito? He went through 3 hand seals, a wind jutsu meeting Boako's fire style, lighting up the night even more than earlier and making Naruto reflexively close his eyes despite the goggles, but not cutting off the jutsu. Naruto ran to the point he had seen Mito slumped over, finding her shoulder and chest bloodied, injured. What should I do? Go help Boako or dash, Naruto thought, hesitating. Then, he realized something and was tempted to smack himself. He made a wood clone to have it treat Mito, at least stabilize her, then put chakra into his eyes again and headed for Boako, whose chakra was still going strong. Fortunately, the ground is made of sand, so it's softer than the rocks behind me. Taking advantage of a lull in the fighting, Naruto stood at Gaara's flank, around 12 meters away, and immediately had to dodge multiple sand projectiles, ones that behaved a lot like shuriken. When even the ground made tendrils that tried to grab him, Naruto decided that enough was enough. "Why won't you two die?" Gaara shouted, at a distorted pitch, full of madness. Apparently, Gaara was of the same opinion. Naruto could feel that chakra climb in intensity and amount without even trying. He couldn't see Gaara very well even with his night vision technique, but Boako's groan of disgust told Naruto that Gaara had become really ugly. All he could do from then on was dodge again and again. An unknown length of time later, Naruto felt a lot of chakra being gathered, heard something that sounded like multiple very large people inhaling deeply, then Gaara's even more distorted voice say, "Futon, Mugen Sajinde Tapa, wind style. Infinite sand cloud, great breakthrough." He hadn't wasted time. As soon as he had realized that Gaara was preparing an attack, Naruto had cut off the flow of chakra to his eyes, made 2 shadow clones, gone through hand seals and said, "Futon, Shin Tapa, wind style, true breakthrough," shooting off his strongest wind jutsu, in collaboration with his clones, making sure to combine it with the dragons made of fire that Boako had shot at the redhead. "It's her Goryuka no jutsu, great dragon fire jutsu," Naruto thought to himself, shielding his face with his arm due to the immense heat, then drinking some water. Once the heat had died down enough for Naruto to be able to focus on chakra presences again, He managed to notice Boako still going strong, but her chakra indicated fatigue, too. As for Gaara, is this fissy, is this pain dash? I can feel pain? What the hell? I can't stand it. No. It's terrible. Mother, please make it go away. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu. Forced sleep / playing possum jutsu. Naruto had a really bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the most imposing and most foul chakra presence Naruto had ever felt made itself known. I'm free. I'm free. Shikaku is out, bitches. The creature, obviously a tailed beast, said, its voice making Naruto's whole body vibrate. A sinking feeling of hopelessness took over Naruto, who could only let out a strong curse. He was trying to go over what he knew about the Bijuu when Boako regrouped with him. He could barely hear her speak. His chakra sense could only feel the tailed beast, which was jumping around in glee, and there was a good chance they'd be trampled, by accident. The last part truly rankled. On top of all that, Mito was out of commission, possibly seriously injured. Why did this Jinchuriki Gaara appear, and why isn't the Jounin we were told to meet around? Why hasn't anyone from Suna noticed and come? Or have they? Never mind. I'll think it over later if we survive. Naruto thought to himself, retreating with Boako. She normally wasn't one to retreat, but she followed readily enough when Naruto put a hand on her bicep and pulled her. He could feel the mild tremble in her body. It made him realize he was trembling too. We're way over our heads. The movement must have attracted Shikaku's attention, because he bellowed out, "Who's there? You were still around. Damn gnats?" Inhaling and murmuring, futon, Rankuden, wind style, drilling air bullet, but clearly audible. There's no time. It's attacking. As Naruto used the fastest Kawarimi no Jutsu he had ever performed, winds buffeted him and Boako, throwing them into the air. If that had hit us, there would be nothing left. Even going over 30 meters away wasn't enough to fully avoid the effect. He realized there were more impacts which he more felt with his body than heard. What was worse, he still didn't know if Mito was well. The wood clone hadn't communicated with him. Just as he had thought things couldn't get any worse, he heard his name being called and felt a second source of foul chakra. Not as all-encompassing as Shikaku's, nor quite as foul-feeling, but much more potent. Possibly more powerful overall if it was given the chance to build up. If he had to describe them, Shikaku's chakra was yellow-green, colored but not like Tsunade's or Mito's, more like the color and feeling of puke. It also covered all of the area around them. The other chakra was orange-colored, and Naruto could see it with his actual eyes. No, I think it's two sources of chakra mixing. Yellow and red. Right at that point, the wood clone's memories hit Naruto. It had finished Mito's treatment with unprecedented ease, though she was his sister, so it was to be expected for her to heal faster than usual. Then, the clone had sacrificed itself to save Mito from one of Shikaku's wind bullets. The other signs, no. Later, Mito crouched like a message neen starting a run, her small frame visible, like an orange beacon in the night. Naruto tensed as Mito was passing him by, but she apparently had decent enough control over herself, Bijuu chakra or not, no. A topic for another time. Shikaku swatted her away with a backhand, not even bothering to use anything stronger like a jutsu, saying something about a damned fox. Naruto sent a shadow clone after Mito. Then, he moved his head near Boako's and whispered, saying, "Oi Boako, this isn't the time to doze off. We got an enemy to beat or run away from." Putting a hand on her shoulder and squeezing a little bit, Boako jerked out of her trance. She started coughing. She removed the cloth she had wrapped around her mouth and used another, still coughing. She said, "What's the plan?" Making Naruto worry even more. It's usually Boako who makes the plans, he thought to himself, coughing out sand and changing the cloth too. Out loud, he said, "I can't sense Gaara, the red-headed guy who attacked us, anywhere. It's supposed to be the weak point of a sealed Bijuu." The host, still unable to see, sense or hear much other than Shikaku and the jumping around it was doing in its glee. Boako looked up for a few seconds, then said, "Something's on its head, and it's red on top." Maybe it's Gaara. Her voice steady once again, with no coughs and only a barely detectable note of fear. Naruto noticed Shikaku's chakra become more dangerous, for a lack of a better word. Not stronger necessarily. More like it was focusing on them once again. No, Naruto thought to himself. It has been getting steadily stronger. We really need to hurry. Formation massive conflagration, both Naruto and Boako said, almost at the same time, as they dodged away from each other, making Shikaku land its downward punch on the sand of the desert. Naruto put his hands in the clone seal, starting to put the plan into action. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, barely able to hear Boako's voice do the same, despite them not being very far from each other. Naruto had carefully chosen the numbers to ration his chakra. The Shadow Clone Jutsu worked by splitting one's chakra, but there were a lot of misconceptions on how it worked. The clones could be given a lot of chakra so they could function independently of the original, and each clone was given the same amount as another made at the same time, thus an even split. The original kept or gave as much chakra as they wanted, though apart from any chakra used to create not equip the clones and would get all remaining chakra back when all clones were killed or dispelled themselves. The even split didn't refer to the original. The clones could also draw more from him, as long as he permitted it. It took a little bit of concentration from the original to have a clone do anything, from walking to using jutsu. All that was relevant because this time Naruto had given most of his remaining chakra to the clones and decided to let them go wild, though he would regulate the chakra draw as much as he could. It was the most lethal aspect of the Shadow Clone Jutsu which had gotten users killed in the past. Most of the clones went through hand seals for strong wind ninjutsu, mainly the true breakthrough, while the rest distracted Shikaku alongside some Boako clones. His wind-using clones jumped closer to be in range, some of them getting dispelled. False Scorch Style. Massive Conflagration was the name of the collaboration jutsu. Boako needed far fewer clones because she was way better at fire ninjutsu than Naruto was at wind ninjutsu, so on her own, she could use Goryuka Great Dragon Fire with 7 dragon bodies at once, 9 if she sacrificed some efficiency, precision, and such. Come to think of it, isn't Pakura from the clan with Shikuten Scorch Style? So that was the many of them cast the massive conflagration, which landed on top of Shikaku's head, making Naruto cover his face due to the heat, which was far greater than anything he had felt before from such a distance, even counting the active forge of a blacksmith he had spied on once, in his curiosity, turning the still chilly desert night hotter than the desert day, forcing a sweaty Naruto to drink a lot of water and dry up his skin. Gotta find a way to carry my own water for jutsu, too. Jutsu, Naruto thought to himself. Come to think of it, what about my older idea of weighing myself down with the help of Jutsu? I'll ask Auntie. Naruto still couldn't see or even hear anything, due to too much light and noise. He held his breath for a few moments. The fires died down quickly, suspiciously quickly. A booming laugh could be heard, but it didn't sound sadistic or insane. It sounded genuinely happy. Thank you. Truly, Shikaku said, then resumed his laughing. He then said, unfortunately, I cannot let any of you live and spread the word. Know that you have impressed me, Shikaku, known as the Ichibi no Tanuki, one-tailed Tanuki/raccoon dog, with your skills. May your passing be swift. Naruto was, at the moment, cursing his relative lack of progress with Mokuton. If only I had found the way to absorb chakra, or gotten good enough to restrain a Bijuu with it, he thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew that even if he somehow managed to restrain Shikaku, it wouldn't work for long enough to do anything but exhaust himself. With every instinct screaming at him to stop and what sounded like Tsunade admonishing him in his mind, Naruto started walking closer to Shikaku. He shouted at him, saying, Shikaku-san, I will face my death directly, on my feet, not my knees, nor running away. Not knowing where those words were coming from, he was furiously trying to think up a solution, despite his bravado, when Shikaku talked again. Shikaku only said, good on you, chuckling. Then he started gathering chakra in front of his mouth. Visible chakra, black and white with a yellow tint. Wait, maybe, not bothering to question the sudden crazy idea, Naruto got a running start and jumped into the air, using a whole lot of chakra and turning upside down. As Shikaku merged the chakra and swallowed the resulting ball, Naruto used both legs to kick him under the chin, boosting the strike with even more chakra for the Byakugo no Jutsu. Boom! When Naruto came to, he looked himself over and noticed the state of his body. He had a lot of burns and his legs were both pretty much mangled, but healing swiftly. He whimpered in his agony, but started getting his clothes off the wounds for treatment, mostly ripping them up. He recognized Boako's scent shortly before she came into view. She was holding something that shone a little bit, something that looked like a large sake saucer, with sealing markings on it. Naruto recognized a project of Tsunade's made to hold living beings, possibly including the tailed beasts. He suspected it wouldn't last more than a few hours at most, though, so they had to do something about the temporarily sealed Shikaku immediately. He said, "Biwako, if my chakra sense wasn't fooled, the Sand Kekii Genkai was a combination of earth and wind elements. While I haven't studied tailed beasts other than the Kyubi much, compatibility between host and Bijuu is a thing. I'm too injured and depleted to even try something, though, and we need to hurry." "Can't you summon Tsunade O?" Biwako said. "No chakra, no honey," as Naruto new veterans sometimes said. Biwako hesitated for a moment and only a moment. She looked him in the eyes and nodded. Then, she unsealed an altar for sealing rituals and quickly, but carefully put Naruto on it. Then placed candles around him, lighting them up with her katan, fire style. After that, Biwako went through around a dozen hand seals, illuminated by the candles. Naruto, meanwhile, had been taking care of his injuries, painfully removing any remaining cloth and making sure they would heal right, ignoring the cold. The burns in his torso had already gone away, but his legs had been closest to the explosion. Thus, while not mangled anymore, the shattered bones hadn't fully rejoined and the melted skin hadn't fully regrown. A large part of the problem had been that his clothes had melted into his skin, but he had already removed every such piece. "Shirsho Fuin, for symbol seal," was what Boako said afterwards. She touched Naruto on the belly button at the gate of limit located on the small intestine. He knew that the small intestine was the greatest supplier of yang chakra in the body, more so than even the heart was, unless the gate of death was opened. Naruto felt nothing in particular for a few moments, then an immense pressure, like he was Adoresu asterisk from the old stories and holding up the weight of the world. Finally, an agonizing pain, similar to when he had gotten chakra burns. His entire chakra system was on fire. Ow ow wow. Arc. After an unknown length of time, the pain had subsided to the point it was tolerable. Naruto tried to sit up, but what he recognized as Bowako's hands kept him lying down under a blanket. She handed him some water, but he only drank a little bit. Then, Naruto unsealed his change of clothes and put them on. Boako not trying to keep him from moving for some reason. "Oh, I've been in my underwear in front of her for who knows how long," Naruto thought to himself, thankful that it was too dark for his blush to be seen. Fortunately, Naruto had managed to put on pants and a white shirt when Kakashi arrived, stumbling, with Mito supporting him. His eyes immediately locked onto Naruto, saying, "Naruto, are you fine? Your shadow clones dispelled, and I feared the worst dash." Boako chuckled, but it was a cold, mirthless laugh. She said, Naruto was being a reckless idiot and kicked a Bijuu in the face, malice oozing from her, making Naruto blanch. Kakashi blinked. Then he said, "Are your injuries manageable?" Naruto used the mystical diagnostic palm on himself, then on the others. He said, "Yeah, no need for worrying too much, though I'll have my other sensei check me to be certain." Kakashi nodded, then said, "I would like to be present when she gives you a checkup." Naruto didn't reply for a few moments, then said, "I'll ask her, mainly to stall." "Well, Auntie Tsunade will probably say no, right?" he thought to himself. Kakashi, then Boako perked up. That was when Naruto felt the approach of someone, too. No, three someones. It ended up being a very tall man who had half his face covered by a white cloth and tattoos on the other side. In short, he looked like Baki had been described to them, and for some reason Naruto was able to see in the dark much better than before. "Maybe the Bijuu?" "Greetings," the man said. "I am Baki. looking at Kakashi and bowing enough to be polite barely. "Kakashi," their sensei said, introducing himself and bowing too. "Have you seen my student? He is 11 years old, has auburn hair, light green eyes, and pale skin," Baki said. Nobody spoke, not even Mito. The silence was palpable. Then, Naruto bit the shuriken and said, "Yeah, the crazy bastard tried to kill Kakashi-sensei, and the missing Nin sensei was fighting against Pakura, I think?" She called him Gaara and told him not to interfere. "I see. Where is Gaara now?" Baki said, narrowing his visible eye, being joined by an older girl and boy. Naruto said, "Well, you know how it is. Crazy boy turns ugly. Team use a collaboration fire-wind ninjutsu. Crazy boy is no more. Not even ashes." Shrugging, the older boy and Baki looked at each other. Then the boy said, "You're kidding." Boako lit up their surroundings with her fire style and indicated something with her hand. Naruto turned to look at it, seeing a part of the desert that shone. That looked like glass? If he remembered correctly, sand melted at 1,700 degrees, *2, and there was a lot of glass around there. The older girl, a tall blonde, ran there, shouting Gaara's name. Naruto felt a twinge in his heart and couldn't squash down the guilt, no matter how he tried. Kakashi handed something to Baki while the blonde was searching for Gaara. When the girl returned, her eyes bloodshot but dry, she looked at Kakashi, then Boako, then Naruto, then Mito, as if searching for something on their faces. Apparently, she only found it in two of them, because she said, "You two, the blonde guy and the black-haired girl. Are you the ones who killed Gaara?" Naruto looked at Boako. Then they both nodded. "I see," the tall girl said, clenching a fist. Then she said, "Our villages might be allies now, but they won't be forever. When that happens, I'll seek out you two and rip you to pieces. Remember my name. It's Temari." Her voice filled with the anguish of someone who had lost family. Her remaining teammate put a hand on her shoulder, whispering in her ear. Naruto caught something about things being better that way and, "We can sleep easy now." Apparently, Naruto's senses had been boosted further. The girl shrugged off the hand, saying, "How can you say that?" running off. Baki followed her after a last look at Team 7, as did the boy. Naruto slumped over, feeling like he had run from the land of wind all the way to water, then back, twice without break. He sighed out loud, saying, "Well, this happened." Kakashi slumped over, too, then Mito and finally Boako. With the condition all of the others were in, Naruto didn't have any trouble switching for a shadow clone and running off on his own. Naruto went through hand seals, saying, "Kuchios no Jutsu," summoning Jutsu, putting in just enough chakra to get a hand-sized Katsuyu, asking them to reverse summon him post-haste. Once in Shikatsu Forest, he was able to feel an absolutely titanic source of chakra, comparable to the Ichibi, possibly greater in amount, though much less potent. He had felt it before, but not from so close. Naruto looked up, and up, and up. "Katsuyu-sama dash?" he said, startled by the slug summon size. Katsuyu-sama must be at least 7 times Shikaku's size, he thought to himself. Naruto had never met the full Katsuyu before. It had been a part of them that would reverse summon him, the few times he had been in this place, even when he had first become a slug summoner. A small lump formed on Katsuyu's body, turning into several slugs, which slid up to Naruto, merging into one. "Naruto-san, what's wrong?" the slug asked him. "Please don't follow me too closely, Katsuyu-sama," Naruto told the man-sized slug. "I'll tell you later, I promise." Then, Naruto started sprinting off into the distance. He kept on running and running and running until he no longer felt like it. He stopped, caught his breath, then immediately started screaming, absent-mindedly making sure that he took a good breath first to keep from ruining his throat. Error gag. Gods be damned. Motherfucking village. Rag. Was what came out of Naruto. He could handle being a Jinchuriki. Hell, he had asked Boako to make him one. He could even handle being separated from his closest family. But having been made the decoy to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, made into the one who would receive all of the hatred and none of the benefits, being used and immediately discarded with the Hokage not even giving a shit. That made him furious. Hateful. Naruto screamed out incoherently again, making the creepy, pale, almost white leafless trees shake with the full might of the lungs of a Senju Uzumaki, newly made, Jinchuriki trained in wind style. Hearing heavy footsteps and the shattering of the ground in the distance, Naruto tensed for a moment, but he recognized Tsunade's chakra, so he relaxed a little bit. He noticed he had been drawing on sickly yellow chakra, so he tried to cut the flow. It was all but impossible, so he drew upon what he knew of the Bijuu. According to Granny, the Kyuubi was harder to control when she was full of negativity. To make a good vessel, you must first fill them with love, she said once. It was worth a try. Naruto thought of Auntie Tsunade, demolishing everything in her way to reach him. Boako, who had been the only one his age there for him for years. Mito, no, not the time. By the time Tsunade reached Naruto a few seconds later, making a new clearing in the damp bone forest, he had gotten rid of the other chakra, which left him feeling more tired than ever. Tsunade held him through the sobs he started letting out, stroking his hair. Naruto wasn't sure what he was saying, nor if Tsunade was speaking words or just incoherent sounds to comfort him. But when his tears ran dry, he tapped Tsunade's back and got back on his feet. She looked him over, then said, "What happened? You look like shit." Bluntly, but in a softer voice than usual. I found out who holds the Kyuubi," Naruto said, seeing Tsunade's eyebrows lift. "It's not me, though. It's Mito," he then said, his body shaking in tension. Naruto started from the beginning of the mission to be exact. He talked and talked and talked until he reached the fight against the fully freed Shikaku. He told his aunt of how he had charged Shikaku and kicked him in the chin, causing his jutsu to backfire on him. The gasp she let out made Naruto pause. "I will scold you over your recklessness later," Tsunade said, her face unreadable. "Now please continue." Naruto told her that he had blacked out for a minute there and come to serious injuries. Then, he told her about seeing Boako with one of Tsunade's Jutsu projects, the sake saucer, and how he had persuaded Boako to seal Shikaku in him. He looked at Tsunade, but her expression was still unreadable. Finally, he told her of the arrival of Gaara's teacher and teammates, or maybe family or both. He wasn't sure. About the blonde, Tamari, swearing vengeance and running off. "So, I left a shadow clone behind as soon as I had recovered enough chakra, ran off and summoned a small part of Katsuyu-sama, asking them to reverse summon me here," Naruto said, finally reaching the end. His voice was hoarse by this point, and not just because of talking and his screams. Tsunade nodded. Then she said, "What now?" Naruto's confusion must have shown on his face, because she said, "I mean, what are your intentions towards Konoha?" Looking at him neutrally, Naruto froze in place. Before he could focus enough to speak, his aunt did again. Tsunade said, "Don't misunderstand me. I don't much care about what happens to them anymore. You did say that you hated them and the Sandaime earlier, but if you intend to leave or to attack them, then I want to know so that I can help you plan. You also need certain skills, such as defenses against mind probes like the Yamanaka clans, as well as how to evade trackers such as the adhering, Inuzuka, and equivalents." Naruto put his arms around his aunt, thanking her again and again. Tsunade ruffled his hair, then said, "You're welcome, Naruto." A minute or two later, Tsunade said, "Have you said anything about your loyalties or lack thereof to anyone?" "Only to Boako," Naruto said. "She doesn't have any ties to Konoha and I trust her with my life. She fully intends to follow me wherever I go." Tsunade smiled, just a little upwards movement in one corner of the lips. She said, "You've been thinking about this for a while, haven't you? This is just the straw that broke the wind beast's back." "Yeah," Naruto said, feeling tired but lighter, somehow, even with Shikaku there. "Oh shit." Naruto almost jumped in place. He said, "What do you know of Shikaku, the Ichibi no Tanuki, Auntie Tsunade?" A bit frantic, she said, "Well, if the seal is not good enough, it can take over when the host is in a state of weakness, such as when sleeping. Don't worry about that. The 4-symbol seal is really strong, unless Boako screwed up or oh, crap," becoming more frantic towards the end. "What is it?" Naruto said, the sinking feeling returning. Tsunade told him to lift his shirt, so he did. At the same time she was examining the seal, she said, "Well, the Ichibi is really good at finding weaknesses in seals, so if the host's mental state lapses, such as an outburst of really strong negative emotions, it can weaken the seal, possibly enough to take you over in your sleep." "Is the seal fine?" Naruto said, holding his breath in suspense. Tsunade said, "I'm not sure. It's been weakened from what I can tell, but we won't know if it's still strong enough until you've slept on it." Literally, after sending off a shadow clone for some reason, all of a sudden Tsunade looked at the ground with purpose. She bent down, picking up some dirt. No, what looked like powder, except it was silver-colored. "Is that silver?" Naruto asked, his mind spinning with questions. Tsunade brought her palm closer to her face, looking at the silvery powder. Then she formed a single-handed ram seal, lighting up the hand holding the powder a little bit. Tsunade told Naruto to use the mystical diagnostic palm on her through the powder, which Naruto did. "Whoa," he said, surprised. "It's a lot easier to channel chakra through this than any glove I've used, though my inner flow of chakra feels a bit sluggish. Hopefully it will pass soon." Both having a bit of trouble with his chakra control and feeling his chakra network to be strange, like an itch he couldn't scratch no matter how he tried. "Tell me if the problem persists," his aunt said. Then, Tsunade's usually hard-to-read face forming a smile, she said, "It's not silver. This one is far, far more resistant to unaligned and most types of aligned chakra than silver and far, far less resistant to medical jutsu. It's platinum." Naruto racked his mind for what that was. It was a precious metal? Was it even a metal? Naruto wasn't sure, but at least he knew it was very expensive. He said, "Okay, what's platinum though?" His aunt lifted her head, saying, "You don't know dash? Well, platinum is a precious metal, rarer and more useful than gold." "Really?" Naruto said, not having expected that. Tsunade went on to explain that many anti-cancer drugs, most of which she had invented, of course, and medical devices like catheters and pacemakers needed platinum. "I threw myself into medical research while I was, well, out of it with Shizun doing most of the legwork," Tsunade said, looking ashamed. Naruto quickly changed the subject, saying, "How did it get here, though? Do you think Katsuyu?" Tsunade said all of a sudden, "Have you been digging out and hoarding platinum recently?" Naruto hadn't even realized Katsuyu, a part of them, had reached him and Tsunade. Either they were faster than he had given them credit for, or they had used the reverse summoning jutsu or some form of it. Hopefully, Katsuyu could help Naruto with reverse engineering the Hiraishin, because he hadn't trained with them much, whereas Boako had trained with the boss of the Hawks a lot. He couldn't read their body language well at all, but he thought Katsuyu was confused. "I have not." "Why, Tsunade-sama?" Katsuyu said. His aunt revealed the powdered metal. "Filings?" she said. "It's pretty much pure platinum." The other explanation is, "Naruto, are you able to use Jiten, magnet style?" "I don't know. Is it supposed to be an elemental Kekii Genkai, bloodline limit, with wind and earth natures?" Naruto said, thinking back to the fight. Tsunade blinked and said, "Yes. How did you know?" Both Gaara and Shikaku controlled sand, and the chakra in it felt to be made of wind and earth. "I would know. I've been using those elements and an elemental bloodline for years," Naruto said, biting his lip. He then said, "Some things have confused me, though. 1. I've never heard of a Kekii Genkai that controls two things that are as different as sand and platinum. 2. Wasn't Shikaku supposed to die with his Jinchuriki? How did he manage to just get free?" Well, the answer to your first question is that there are many varieties to the magnet-style bloodline, even without counting the Kumo flavor, and having talent for more than one is very rare. Nobody has been able to use 3, as far as I know. The third Kazekage could control iron. His iron sand was notoriously dangerous. The fourth Kazekage has gold dust, which he is also rumored to have used to earn Suna more money, or barely keep it afloat either or. The gradual but significant drop in the price of gold supports those rumors. As for the Ichibi being freed rather than killed, well, I'm not sure. It's supposed to be an oddity even among the Bijuu. I'm sure that the Ichibi having been in control at the time played a role. Did you notice anything peculiar about it? Naruto thought it over for a bit. He said, I can't think of wait. There is something. His chakra was climbing in intensity and power as time went on. Tsunade's eyes widened for a moment. She said, "Oh, interesting. So, it's because the Ichibi was in full control for long enough to get most of its chakra out of the seal, and its Jinchuriki was killed." Naruto gritted his teeth. He said, "Damn it. We should have subdued the guy without killing him. We should know. I know my limits, and the chances we would have been able to get Gaara with exactly the right level of force without getting killed are very low. For some reason, though, I wish we had." Tamari's bloodshot eyes haunting his thoughts. Tsunade suddenly started tearing up. She said, "Please let me keep the platinum. It's so useful. Besides, I can get a lot of money for the rest if it's enough." Making puppy eyes, Naruto's palm didn't strike his own face, but it was a very close thing. He wasn't even sure if she wanted the medal for medicine or to gamble. Probably both, knowing her. He said, "Auntie Tsunade, I want to keep the money for the future." Exasperated, Tsunade snapped out of whatever that was, her face becoming serious once again. She said, "Oh? So, you've decided on a plan after all?" Naruto took a deep breath, then said, "More the shadow of a plan, but yes." Tsunade said, "Care to share with the class?" Lifting an eyebrow, "Give me a bit of time to flesh it out. I also want Boako to be there, so that I don't have to explain again. I can only tell you this. Don't keep money in Fire Country banks if you can," Naruto said, smiling a bit smugly. "Now, give me the platinum back, please." Someone cleared their throat. To be exact, a part of Katsuyu. They said, "I beg your pardon, Tsunade-sama. Naruto-san, you found this in my lands. Before you say anything, I do understand that without Naruto-san, it would have taken 1,000 times the effort and time to dig this up, but I am entitled to a cut, correct?" Tsunade stepped up, saying, "How much?" Katsuyu's part said something about 15%, half of it as it was and half of it in equivalent amounts of royal jelly. "That's rather generous," Tsunade said. "Is there a catch?" The Katsuyu fragment hesitated, fidgeting. They said, "Do you remember what I said years ago about how I stay healthy despite my age?" "Yes, you said that you need a mixture of a certain metal and royal jelly to oh," Tsunade said, her eyes widening a little. "Of course," Katsuyu said. "That amount of platinum and royal jelly should do no more than simply sustain me, but I am willing to offer you a second deal. Give me more platinum and royal jelly, outside of the one in my lands, and I will cover a quarter of the chakra cost for every summoning for the next however much time. Each gram of platinum and each 200 grams of royal jelly will be the equivalent of a day." "What do you mean, no more than sustain you?" Tsunade asked, a serious look on her face. "While I simply do not get bigger anymore, no matter what I eat, more royal platinum serum in a short time span increases my capabilities, and those of my fragments a little bit. Permanently," Katsuyu admitted. "Will that make summoning you more chakra intensive, and is that affected?" Tsunade asked. The Katsuyu fragment said, "Yes to your first question, though it is a worthy trade-off. At worst, the chakra cost will increase by a third for the same size, if you give me the equivalent of 100 years of chakra cost discounts. As for your other question, most likely only negligible differences. What say you, Tsunade-sama, Naruto-san?" His aunt made a gesture that meant, "It's worth it," so Naruto accepted. "So," Naruto said, "what does it mean that I have Jiten for the stability of my seal? And how can we make sure I do have the bloodline?" Tsunade tensed a bit for a moment, then said, "Honestly, I have no idea whatsoever what it means. As for how we make sure, well, you should try to control the filings." Naruto groaned in annoyance, but he also felt a chill go down his back in fear. He decided to change the subject, saying, "So, I have a couple questions about Fuinjutsu." Naruto said, "The first, is it possible to make a seal that weighs down someone for muscle training and write it on their skin?" Tsunade thought it over for a few seconds, then said, "Perhaps, but I wouldn't recommend it. Such a thing might require dabbling into Juinjutsu, cursed seal arts, which on its own isn't bad, but it's rarely a good idea to put a cursed seal on yourself, and even without Juinjutsu, it's probably too much of a risk for obvious reasons. Sealing a lot of heavy material into objects and making how much of the weight is allowed to leak out adjustable is the way to go. The closest viable equivalent might be training underwater. Grinning sadistically by the end, suppressing a shiver, Naruto asked the other question. He said, "Is it possible for me to carry scrolls full of water for my water style?" Tsunade shook her head, then nodded. She said, "Of course it's possible, but why scrolls?" Naruto thought it over, then palmed his face. He said, "Of course, they would be single-use because paper and scrolls are ruined by water, and turning normal scrolls into sealing scrolls isn't as easy as some people think, so it's a waste. What would be best, then? What do you think is best?" Tsunade asked him back. Naruto thought it over. Something that could be used for water that didn't break easily. He said, "Shatterproof glass containers?" "Close," his aunt said. "Well, we haven't gone over different mediums for seals in detail. I'd say we need a rust-proof metal that is a good medium for seals on the inside as lining and a less expensive metal but still rust-proof like brass on the outside. Normally, it's shatterproof clay vase or something similar, which is why you were close, but we have resources not available to others." Naruto thought it over for a bit, then said, "You mean you want me to use my new bloodline if I have it to help make it? Isn't platinum resistant to chakra other than medical ninjutsu? That's what you said earlier. Won't it be wasteful to use platinum, too?" That and Boako, who is an Uchiha, with a long tradition of blacksmiths and fire style. I'm sure she has tricks. Platinum is very, very resistant to most forms of chakra. It's extremely conductive to the vast majority of medical ninjutsu, even more conductive to the chakra transfer technique and an excellent medium for seals. It is said that the Sage of the Six Paths himself blessed the material, Tsunade said, frowning a bit. While I don't know how much truth there is in that legend, my suspicion is that the easier a jutsu is to use through platinum, the more relation it has to the legendary Ninshu. Are you able to channel Mokuton through it? Naruto tried it, and it was nowhere near as easy as the diagnostic palm, but platinum still conducted it a little bit better than his usual gloves, even with the new challenges his attempts to manipulate his chakra were facing. He said so to his aunt. "I see," she said, looking contemplative. "That debunks a lot of my hypotheses. On Mokuton, on platinum, on Ninshu, or all of them, I'm not certain. No, I shouldn't be rash in my conclusions." Naruto's inner flow of chakra felt sluggish still, so he and Tsunade decided to try out some more things. After quite a few tests his aunt had him conduct, with manipulating his chakra with Mokuton with platinum mainly in mostly failed attempts at controlling the metal, his aunt told him to go to sleep, that he could try making his new bloodline work another time. The most Naruto had managed was to make a small amount of the platinum they had found easy to attract to a magnet. When his aunt told him to sleep, Naruto, yawning, tried to protest. He was getting a headache, starting from the eyes and spreading through all of his brain, though. It's like the times I used the night vision jutsu. After assurances from his aunt that she had things well in hand, Naruto unsealed a futon, lied down and tried to sleep. Ino had always loved mystery novels, especially murder mysteries, at least reading them when alone, because otherwise, Shikamaru would somehow realize who the murderer was long before her and spoil the mystery every time. The newest mystery she was trying to solve, though, was a person. Her academy classmate Uzumaki Naruto, to be exact. "Give it up, Ino," Shikamaru said, like he knew what she was thinking. "Naruto is too troublesome for you to get any info out of him. Can you even tell what his favorite color is?" "Sure," Ino said, putting a hand under her chin. "I'm pretty sure it's orange. Wait, maybe green or black? Or even blue. He isn't wearing as much orange as he used to." She thought of Naruto's newest jacket, which was Sacramento *, ocean to peacock and white. It was very stylish, and he usually wore it over a black or sometimes white shirt. Come to think of it, there are a few colors Naruto avoids. I've never seen him in anything brown or purple, and only at most a couple of times a month in gray. He's also good at combining clothes. He either has had decent color coordination all along, or Boako has beaten it into his skull. Ino thought to herself, that's it. He really doesn't like what he finds dull. He always wears either bright colors or something stylish enough even I can't find fault with. Then, he leaves his shirt untucked like he's lazier than Shikamaru. Ha! A sigh from Shikamaru knocked Ino out of her thoughts. Her dad had asked her to hang out with the lazy bum, but even being in the same room as him was a chore, and she knew Shikamaru felt the same. "Don't you have something Anything else to do and not bother me, Shikamaru? Ino asked the bum, getting up from her desk chair and putting her hands on her hips. This digging you're doing won't end well, Ino, Shikamaru said, the serious tone making Ino pause. What Shikamaru had just said really annoyed Ino, but she managed to control herself. She said, "Why'd you think that?" Shikamaru shook his head. He said, "Other than the fact he's taken, like you said? Well, do you think he hates most hues of purple?" Ino exclaimed, that worry overriding everything else. "That can't stand." Ino heard a slapping sound from Shikamaru's face, but she ignored Shikamaru's dramatics. Irika had been suffering from terrible headaches and migraines almost every day for the past few months, barely able to hide them. Even so, he knew some students had noticed. The doctors had found nothing wrong with him, so when the aches had continued, he had paid the small fee to be looked at by a medic neen. Nothing out of place. Long blonde hair, somewhat familiar. Was that Ino? Irika thought to himself, confused. Or maybe her father, since the hair was darker than Ino's and had hints of orange. Here's what I have to do. I need to see Naruto. Irika thought to himself. Why haven't I sought him out? The headaches aren't an excuse, nor is his graduation. Irika's shaking hands told him there was something really wrong, but he wasn't sure exactly what. He left the not yet marked papers on his desk and power walked through the corridors of the academy, then into Konoha streets, intent on finding Naruto. Tsunade was dreading the time Naruto would fall asleep just as much as Naruto himself was, even though she was hiding it as well as she could. She had sent a shadow clone to find Jiraiya, which, with Katsuyu's help and an implied offer to do anything, had only taken an hour or so, and gotten him to give her a couple of those suppression tags she had never had the knack for making, just in case, with an actual offer. I would have told Naruto to use that communication scroll, but fortunately, it wasn't necessary, she thought to herself, preferring to keep Jiraiya from making all too accurate deductions. She was dreading what Jiraiya would ask, too, but she knew that he was honorable enough not to go too far with his request. Tsunade shook her head in fondness. She loved the great lump, even though she couldn't find any romantic interest for him in herself. Even if she could, she was siding with Naruto against Konoha, which Jiraiya really wouldn't like. In fact, she should step up her training further because there was a chance. Tsunade-sama, the piece of Katsuyu on her shoulder said in warning. So, it begins, Tsunade thought to herself, letting more of Katsuyu's gathered natural energy mix with her own energies, making more senjutsu chakra, enough to put herself into sage mode. Sand got out of Naruto's sleeping form, grinding down the soil, turning it into sand, which then converged back into Naruto. The process repeated itself quite a few times very quickly. Ha, fucking brat, the Ichibi said. Like I wouldn't have found a way to get free. Ichibi no Tanuki. I would very much like it if you left my nephew alone, Tsunade told the Bijuu out loud. In her thoughts, she was confused, though. The Ichibi sounded apprehensive, worried. Whatever, old hag, the Ichibi said, its voice reverberating through the Shikatsu forest, shaking the white, dead-looking trees, though to Tsunade's senses, they were full of life, and the brown ones with leaves further away. You're just like Bunpuka's niece, refusing to admit how decrepit and past your prime you are. Tsunade smiled at the Ichibi, jumped into the air saying, Sage art, strength of 100 jutsu, quake, spun and landed with a vertical roundhouse, causing the ground to shake and dropping the Ichibi on its ass. Oh, that's fucking bullshit dash. As the Ichibi was getting up, Tsunade stamped onto said Bijuu's tail on her way to its head, stunning it with the pain and narrowly missing being sat on. Her reasons were pragmatic. Mostly, hitting Naruto to wake him, however carefully, wasn't the most elegant method. But, who am I kidding? Even if I had a better alternative, I would slap him awake anyway. It's also a good thing I'm able to keep the Jinchuriki grade chakra suppression tags for the future. The ranged finger flick made a poof sound and barely grazed Naruto's cheek, making it start bleeding. All the sand making up the Bijuu's body started dropping to the ground, though it didn't turn back into normal soil. Tsunade caught Naruto's falling body and landed on her feet, causing further damage to the ground of the Shikatsu forest. She knew Katsuyu wouldn't be pleased, but all Tsunade could think about was the boy in her arms. Ow, 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 Naruto said, shivering and rubbing his ears and eyes. What hit me? He then said, his voice at low volume. Tsunade put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, using the diagnostic palm without hand seals. A few seconds later, Naruto sighed in relief, headache evidently alleviated and cheek no longer bleeding. Bracing herself to deliver the bad news, Tsunade said, so, the Ichibi has, indeed, managed to weaken the seal enough. Yeah, Naruto said, his voice shaky. I can hear something like whispers in the back of my mind now. It's creepy, and it worries me. Admitting to weakness or what he felt was weakness was rare for Naruto. Tsunade hugged him for a short while. Then she let go of him and said, sleep is out of the question, so we'll have to find another way. Do you know that there are various ways to meditate? Naruto scrunched up his face cutely. Then he blinked repeatedly. He said, there's a form of meditation that can help? Yes. Have you heard of half-sleep? Tsunade said, there's a form of meditation that is about entering and staying in a half-sleep state. Naruto could see a problem with that. He said, that's all well and good, but what if I fall asleep? You know very well that the first however many times you had me meditate, I would nod off. Well, you know ways to keep from falling asleep when meditating, so we'll have to try again and again until you manage to get rest, Tsunade said. Seeing Naruto's worried face, she said, we'll figure things out, kid. Besides, this is just a stopgap until you figured out how to use Mokuton to block the Ichibi. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, closed it and crossed his arms, looking sulky. Tsunade didn't often get to see Naruto act his age and younger dash, so she cherished those moments. If only it were in better circumstances. She gently said, Naruto, while I can seal a bijou, I don't know what to do with its jinchuriki. I can't maintain the seal. Maybe we should consider asking Jiraiya for his help. Who is Jiraiya loyal to first? Naruto asked, looking at her almost without expression. Tsunade shook her head, saying, Konoha, there you got it. There's no way I'll trust him, Naruto said, grimacing. Then, his face lit up and he said, got it. I'll have clones try out the meditation first. Despite being a clone, he was every bit a part of Naruto. Thus, when Boako had started questioning him on where the original was, Naruto had tried to comfort her, only to be coldly rebuffed by a pissed-off female Uchiha. Of course, Boako wasn't fooled for long, Naruto mused, smiling bitterly. The expression on Boako's face had briefly changed into something filled with guilt, but she hadn't apologized, so Naruto had gone to his room, the boss room, whatever, to do something. Whatever that something was. As usual for people who had nothing to do, his mind started to wander. He was home safe after all. Home. Konoha hadn't felt like home in a long time, if ever. A lot of people had waxed poetic about home and how it was where one's heart was and other such things, but if they were right, every bit of Naruto told him that Konoha was not his hometown. It was an unsafe, untrustworthy, strange environment. In fact, even the trees, at least the largest ones, felt almost alien these days. The Hashirama trees, to be exact. Even our ancestor is rejecting us. Typical, Naruto mused. He wanted out, and the original had conceived the beginnings of a plan he had started calling Somewhere I Belong Mark II, after finding out about Bakura and the Kyuubi seal, or rather his lack thereof. The problem was that the boss had been having trouble distancing himself from Iruka. Other clones dispelling got his attention. Naruto hoped that the boss would be able to deal with the insomnia coming their way. He grasped for Boako's chakra, finding her awake. He went to her room to tell her the news. The way Boako was gripping her bedsheets made Naruto worry, but when he put a hand on her shoulder, she didn't shrug him off, though Naruto could tell she had barely kept herself back. Another influx of memories hit him, and he realized that even clones could lose control to Shikaku's chakra, though none of them had been fully possessed by Shikaku himself so far, and the chakra was sent back to the original and other clones, too. That's not good, he thought to himself. I'm gonna dispel now. I have to, he told Boako, drawing back his hand, which had already started to be filled with Bijuu chakra. The way Boako's chakra flexed, then drew back into her made his heart break, but it was necessary for her safety. That was what he told himself. really need to hurry and figure out how to suppress a Bijuu with style. As much as he hated it, Danzo had to admit that everything had gone off script during the culling of the Uchiha. It wasn't like he had wanted them all dead, only the threats, and he didn't mean purely regarding the coup. Some clans had never properly integrated into Konoha and would place their own interest far ahead of the villages. The Uchiha clan, the Kurama clan, the Hyuga clan, even the Senju clan. While the Kurama clan had contained and still did a convenient danger and scapegoat in the form of its bloodline limit and the ones who could wield it, and the Hyuga had an even more convenient method of control ready-made, the Uchiha had had no such restraints. Of course, Danzo had made sure over the decades that the Uchiha wouldn't be trusted lightly. A nudge here, a few words in the right ears there, and everything had been going well. Then, an Uchiha had apparently orchestrated an attack on the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, leading to great losses in Konoha. Whether done by a rogue element or not, it had been a great chance for Danzo to establish a new, truly loyal, overall better Uchiha clan. He had had it all planned in his head. Itachi would have eliminated the greatest threats and died in the process, but not before he had killed his own parents, who were sentimental fools to a point, and others, including that waste of space Yashiro who, by Itachi's expression whenever the man had been mentioned, would have died by Itachi's hand no matter whether the rest of the Uchiha survived or not. Even if Itachi had survived his deed, that could have been rectified, and the boy would have been too fatigued to resist. Root soldiers would have collected eyes and hopefully samples of genetic material from the dead and dying, making sure that Root's finest would be equipped with great tools in their eye sockets and that the Uchiha would have had a higher likelihood of rising from their ashes. Danzo would have taken in the orphan children, including Itachi's younger sister, out of a desire to cultivate the future of Konoha and the Uchiha. He would have educated them all the right way. Unfortunately, Danzo had not taken a particular factor under consideration. If he had been correct in his assessment that a rogue Uchiha had been the one to orchestrate the Kyuubi's attack, then what else could and would that rogue do? In his folly and desperation, Itachi had enlisted the enemy's help. Blast that idiot boy. At least that was what Danzo had pieced together. As such, Danzo's plans for a new Uchiha clan had been thoroughly ruined, and even the eyes had disappeared completely. His root hadn't even found a single eyeball. It wasn't like Danzo had bought into Tobirama's nonsense. Feel too deeply and curse of hatred. My foot. The Senju and the Uchiha weren't too different from one another, which was why Danzo had used the Shodai's hype against his own clan after both siblings' deaths, playing on other villages' fear that another Senju Hashirama would emerge. He hadn't been able to do that with the Uchiha because of Tobirama's previous meddling police force. Indeed, of course, everything had fallen into place later. Before and during the Second Shinobi World War, every single Senju other than Tsunade had been eliminated, one, by Konoha's enemies. Which, again, was further than Danzo had hoped to take things. But how could he have planned for Sarutobi's incompetence as an administrator in times of war? Sarutobi had always been incredible at tactics in his own fights, so Danzo had overestimated the fool. Later on in the Second Shinobi World War, a decisive strike had seen Uzushio destroyed, one executed by Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, though IWA, Rock/Stone, had also been involved, even if it had never quite been proven. It had blindsided Danzo, which meant that Sarutobi hadn't stood a chance. The retaliation force, led by Hatake Tsukumo and consisting of only him and the Sannin, had reportedly turned Kiri's Mist and Rivers red and, along with Suna changing sides, ended the war in Konoha's favor. While Suna had hated the White Fang and still cursed his name, apparently the man had been going somewhat easy on them. Kiri, despite how hard-boiled their shinobi tended to be, had become absolutely terrified of him, and Tsukumo's name was still told only in whispers there. Though the calling down true lightning from the skies to kill hundreds at once part must have been an exaggeration, Danzo had still worried. Of course, Tsukumo had been a threat. His philosophy had run too close to Danzo's own sensei, Senju Hashirama, before the latter had lost his will to live. At least Tobirama had had some of the ruthlessness required for leadership. If the White Fang had become Hokage, Konoha would have become weak, possibly even weaker than during Sarutobi's reign. Thus, Danzo had slowly but steadily eroded Tsukumo's support base. The opportunity Danzo had prepared for had taken a while to present itself, but the results spoke for themselves. It was a pity that Tsukumo hadn't at least gone through with the assassination of even one of the Cloud's young Jinchuriki, but at least he had been blamed for starting the war with predictable results, never mind the fact that Kumo had been not just pushing boundaries, but putting proverbial exploding tags on said boundaries repeatedly for nearly 6 years by then, including but not limited to the attempted abduction of Uzumaki Kushina. Back to the Uchiha clan, Danzo wanted 2 things: leverage over the last loyal Uchiha and for her to at least awaken the Sharingan. The Yandame's children, her teammates, were an obstacle to him getting control over the Uchiha, but since the female teammate was Konoha's Jinchuriki, he would leave that one alone until his mastery of Mokuton and the Sharingan had progressed enough. Fortunately, Danzo had had the foresight to retrieve Kagami's eyes before they would truly become necessary, curse Danzo's previous hesitation and Sarutobi's vigilance, and to delay Sarutobi's discovery of Orochimaru's labs just enough for the research into Mokuton to progress really fast. After quite a bit of brainstorming, Danzo had the basis of a plan that would likely allow him to both awaken the girl's Sharingan and put her in a position that she would have no other option but to become one of his root. It would take a sacrifice or two, but Danzo hadn't gotten where he was without the ability to sacrifice a few pawns. Or a lot, for that matter. The Sharingan was an important asset. So was the Kyuubi. Compared to those 2 assets, most others paled. Thus, they were expendable in comparison, as were potential threats to Konoha's prosperity, stability, and power. Mito was really confused. Nothing made sense. Kakashi, her Jounin teacher, had taken her aside just after the C rank that had nearly ended up in A rank, to tell her that she was the container of the Kyuubi. Jinchuriki was the term for those like her, and she suspected that Gaara had been one too. At first, she had gotten angry at the pervy sage, but Kakashi had explained that the Hokage had given permission only then. Supposedly, Jinchuriki were weapons for their villages. The power of human sacrifice was what the term meant. All ninjas were weapons and tools if the ninja code were to be believed, though. Was there a set of ninja code clauses for Jinchuriki? What would Ino and Chuji say? What would Shikamaru think? Mito tried to keep her worry away, but she couldn't help it. Her thoughts kept coming back to that topic. What about Naruto? Would he accept her? Mito kept thinking about all of that on her way home, passing Ebisu, her former tutor in the basics of the ninja arts. "Honorable daughter," the man said, "I would like a word with you if you don't mind." Mito hadn't seen Ebisu in a while. The memory of him lying on that hospital bed, hooked up to machines, came back to her, so she accepted. "Well, you see," Ebisu said, adjusting his sunglasses with 2 fingers, "status and reputation are important in this world. Do you not agree?" "I guess," Mito managed to get out of her mouth, quickly becoming uncomfortable. As such, spending time hanging out with those far beneath one will drag that one down. Do you not agree? Ebisu said, playing it cool. Mito could only say the talk making her more and more uncomfortable. As such, would you not agree that spending time with ruffians such as that Uzumaki boy will drag you down? Ebisu said. A cold shiver ran down Mito's spine. Kakashi had told her something about Naruto becoming known as the supposed container of the Kyuubi. Would he be saying the same to Konohamaru? Or everyone who's ever made friends with me, if he knew? She thought to herself, a cold shiver running down her spine. Therefore, through my guidance, you will be able to separate wheat from chaff. Keep away from the bad sort, as it were, haha. After all, I am an elite tutor, Ebisu said. But Mito could barely hear him over the ringing in her ears. Honorable daughter, are you listening? Ebisu said, looking both annoyed at and worried for her. If he knew, he would be looking at me like that old fart looked at Naruto. Mito shrugged off Ebisu's hand on her shoulder. She said, You talk too much for an elite tutor, Ebisu-san. Talking like you can decide my life for me. I can tell the bad sort myself, thank you. Ebisu looked taken aback for a moment. Then his mouth turned thinner. He said, Where does this impudence come from, honorable daughter? I was only trying to warn you, to prevent you from associating with riffraff, scum, filth, as it were. Stop it. Perhaps that boy has already started tainting you with his nonsense. If you hang around such individuals, you might end up just like them, honorable daughter, Ebisu said, adjusting his sunglasses again. Enough, Mito said, almost roaring. My name is Mito, not honorable daughter, and I can tell that I shouldn't associate with the likes of you, Ebisu of the broken glasses. Now go away, you bootlicker. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses again. Twice, thrice, 4 times in a row. He said, Is that what this mentorship that we share amounts into, Mito-san? That time I put my life on the line for you. His voice sounding broken and his glasses never fully straightening out. Mito almost fell for it. Almost. Then, she remembered just why she had gotten so angry. That man was dismissing Naruto because of the rumors. The rumors were because of the Kyuubi. So he didn't care about Mito anyway. She said, You put your life for something that wasn't there, for an honorable daughter, for a false thing, for someone that never existed. Ebisu-san, if you're so easy to fool with a few rumors, then what would happen if people spread rumors about me? Because you only look at the top surface, whatever. You wouldn't be able to tell if they were true, because you don't know me, Mito said, feeling a bit more calm than before, but in a vicious mood. If you did, or at least paid attention, you'd have realized that I knew the crap you spewed about status was bullshit. After all, my godfather is Jiraiya of the Sannin Dash, a legendary shinobi, Ebisu interjected, a street urchin who grew up into a legendary ninja. Years and years later, Mito finished her sentence, almost whispering. Ebisu said, It was Jiraiya-sama's destiny to become great. Unlike that boy Dash, not arrogant of you at all to pretend to know people's destiny, Mito said with heavy sarcasm, easily to the point of rudeness, reminded of that fool she would never again call Senpai Hyuganiji. He was dead last in the academy for most of his time there. Also, do not interrupt me Dash. So was Jiraiya-sensei, Mito said. At that point, they started talking over each other, so Mito stopped talking and started walking away. Hanomi Mito-san, please think it over. Perhaps that boy has told you things that are simply not true, Ebisu said. Mito turned around to look at Ebisu, eyes to eyes Dash. Yes, he had removed the sunglasses. She ignored that and said, You were right. I shouldn't spend time with riffraff, bootlickers, elite tutors who have trained a lot of Hokage candidates. A big giant zero of them. I don't like being lied to in my face, Ebisu-san. Not to mention that, even now, you're blaming someone else for your own show shortcomings, like being a bootlicking liar. Ebisu let out a strange sound, similar to a gasp interrupted by choking. After a few seconds, he said, I had not anticipated this. Are you truly going to choose that boy over your tutor of years? Mito shook her head. She said, Even if Naruto stopped talking to me for the next 10 years, I wouldn't trust you ever again. Turning away. For that matter, Mito should be much more careful about who she trusted in the future. She should have listened more carefully, the times when Pervy Sage had taken her aside. May I at least know why? Ebisu asked, but Mito didn't even turn to look at him. I'd tell you, but I don't trust you with that information, Mito told him, her anger spent and only tiredness and something else remaining. Sayonara, goodbye forever. What would Danzo do? Naruto was lying on his bed, thinking about something a clone of his had put in words while its mind had been idly wandering. To be exact, what home meant. Not the dictionary definition, but the poetic one. Simply put, Konoha wasn't home for Naruto. Never had been in his memory, and he had been thinking of leaving for a long while. He had, at first, simply wanted out of Konoha, but that wasn't enough anymore. These days, he had more defined plans. To get to Viridian City, Naruto first needed a pallet town to start from and go back to. Kakashi had started growing on him, and Irika was the father Naruto had never had. But hopefully, they'd understand. Thinking of Irika brought him back to the fact the man had sought him out and, probably accidentally, gotten Naruto into trouble with the Sandaime. Naruto was supposed to explain where he had been shortly after the mission in Wind in a semi-formal interview, the day after the next. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a busy man, after all. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Naruto's thoughts went to his staff, his other source of anger. It was meant to be temporary. It was meant to be replaced by a bigger, sturdier one because Naruto would have outgrown it. Then why was its destruction when Shikaku had gotten free bothering Naruto so much? Was it because he would use a piece of the previous staff each time he had made a new one? Was it because it was someone else who had destroyed it? Some other reason. The whispers Naruto would often hear turned into laughter. Obnoxious, sadistic laughter. "Fuck you, Shikaku," Naruto thought, though hopefully Shikaku would hear. The laughter intensified, which was a good indication that Shikaku had heard. Naruto started swearing under his breath so foully that even Tsunade would have been impressed. Not that that would save him from getting his ass kicked by her for talking like that, but she would definitely have been impressed. Come to think of it, do Bijuu have things like reproductive organs? If not, then Shikaku is probably one of few male tanuki without ***. The screech Naruto received in reply told him he had hit a nerve. That was good. It was at least something positive because nothing was going well lately. What else? Naruto thought to himself, rubbing his head because of the headache Shikaku had caused. What else does fate have in store for ***? He said out loud, but stopped himself. Gah! I sounded just like Niji. Need to clean my mouth, Naruto thought, running for the bathroom, then grabbing his toothbrush and toothpaste. How was your mission to Wind, Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked, giving Naruto his order of food rations and soldier pills, as well as other medical supplies. It was in Boako's name, so that we can take advantage of otherwise useless, unavailable money, as she had put it. It was eye-opening, Naruto said, not divulging anything further, but not able to hold in a yawn. I see, Kabuto said evenly, but he didn't pry. Kabuto-san, Naruto said, I just realized you're related to Yakushi Nono, right? Did you live in the same orphanage I did after I left my first one? Or were you at an actual home? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Then he said, I lived in Mother's orphanage too, even though Mother had adopted me legally. I left when I became a genin, which must have been when you were 5 years old or so. Yes, Naruto said, trying to reach a decision. Oh, screw it. You must have left at most a year before I entered the orphanage. I wonder, though, did you ever meet a one-eyed old man with a bandaged arm? He said, noting the way Kabuto flinched. Why are you asking, Naruto-kun? Kabuto said, but his voice was much colder than usual. The look in Kabuto's eyes behind the glasses was that of a cold-hearted killer. Naruto had seen those eyes in mirrors at times. He had been about to lose control. I was just wondering, Naruto said, his focus on Kabuto's eyes. How come a certain person never bothered me, even though I showed rare talents? Was there someone protecting me? If so, who was it? Kabuto no longer looked ready to kill, but the small smirk on his face showed dark amusement, hopefully not at Naruto's expense. Kabuto said, I will make a few inquiries, Naruto-kun. Perhaps someone else had called dibs for the future. I wonder. Leaving Kabuto to his musings, Naruto took the medical supplies and walked away. Who knew where Kabuto's loyalties lied? Probably not with Konoha, though. Or at least not with Danzo, judging by his reaction and words. As Naruto walked towards the Hokage's office, he could hear whispered gossip from many meters away. Something about Kakashi and Jiraiya having had a shouting match a few days earlier? Naruto gave a sideways glance to the academy building, which was attached to the administrative building. Outside of the latter, Kakashi was waiting, so as soon as Naruto entered, so did Kakashi, face grim. The presence of the small Katsuyu fragment hiding in Naruto's white and green-blue jacket was comforting to him, though Naruto wasn't sure if Kakashi had an idea of them being around. With Kakashi's nose, probably. Kakashi knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, opening it before the third could finish saying enter. Kakashi entered slowly, his body language showing him to be bored. Finally, Naruto walked in, feeling apprehensive and annoyed both. The third welcomed them, then said, Kakashi, you are dismissed. The atmosphere in the office was suddenly charged. Kakashi didn't even move a little. Are you going to disobey your Hokage? The third said menacingly, sending out a fresh genin's teacher in what is meant to be an informal questioning. Sandame-sama? I get that you have it out for me for some reason, but involving my students? How would you like it if I were to drag Konohamaru in our feud? Kakashi said, still sounding as bored as Shikamaru had ever gotten. The third looked at Kakashi dully, but his expression turned into a furious one. A bit too late to be genuine. Jiraiya was right, Kakashi said, his eyes wide open. There's no way that's because of age only. It's either you are under someone's thrall fully now, or this is an imposter. I owe him an apology and 40 thou dash. Before Naruto could realize what had just happened, the third had stabbed himself in the throat, then turned into so much ash. Kakashi let out a small gasp, which was the equivalent of a scream in anybody else. Naruto was just frozen in place. Katsuyu quickly slipped out of Naruto's clothing, saying, "Naruto-san, what happened?" Then looking around, Naruto snapped out of his shock to say, "Katsuyu-sama, why'd you get out? Just hide again." A few moments later, Naruto said, "I mean, please hide." Realizing he had been a bit impolite and disrespectful to a creature for which those things were extremely important, Katsuyu went back into Naruto's jacket, but Naruto knew that said summon would punish him later. The look Kakashi shot him assured Naruto that Kakashi would be asking questions, but they had more pressing things to deal with. As if summoned by Naruto's thoughts, someone shoved open the office's doors, saying, "Old geezer, I've come to beat you and take that hat. Wait. Where's the old geezer?" It was a kid 6 or 7 years old. As if that weren't enough, Naruto heard a vaguely familiar and extremely annoying voice say, "Anora. Konohamaru-kun. Please wait for me." The entire Jounin Council had assembled to pick a new Hokage, or at least that was supposed to be its purpose. An old, bandaged man took the lead, saying, "We are here, fellow shinobi, current and retired, to ascertain the truth behind the Sandaime Hokage's death and to pick a successor for the seat." He really wanted to wring that man's neck, but he knew it wasn't yet time. Maybe I should ask Kabuto-san, in case he has more information, Naruto thought to himself, remembering how the older medic Nin had reacted to Danzo's description. So far, Naruto only had what Boako and his aunt had told him and things he had realized himself. Naruto had asked Katsuyu not to reveal themselves, because he would rather keep them as a secret ace and, most importantly, keep his connection to the Senju clan hidden. "I call Ebisu to the front," Danzo said, his voice commanding and clear, despite his age. Despite himself, Naruto was impressed with Danzo's charisma, piece of trash or not. As Ebisu was recounting what he had seen, Naruto had to repress the urge to scoff or hit that super punchable face. "So, you see, that ruffian was there. I have no doubt in my mind that he was involved somehow dash," Ebisu said, as passionate as he would ever get, Naruto figured. "Ebisu-san, please restrict yourself to facts." A dark-haired and white-eyed man that resembled Hyuga Niji and the weirdo, Hinata. "So that's the Hyuga clan head." Ebisu seemed lost for words. Then he said, "Hayashi-sama, are you taking that kid's side?" A fierce-looking woman, who looked a lot like Kiba, said, "Can we really trust this man's testimony?" Her tone making her sound skeptical. Murmurs went around, with influential Jounin and clan heads both, looking at Ebisu evenly. To Naruto, they were radiating disapproval. Danzo dismissed Ebisu and called for Sarutobi Konohamaru as a witness. Wait, wasn't that dash? The testimony of a 7-year-old went as well as could be expected. As in, not well at all. Maybe Danzo was getting desperate. In the end, Kakashi was elected Hokage, though the Yamanaka and the Adhering clan heads had called for Danzo. They felt strange to Naruto's senses, as if they were scared out of their wits. The Yamanaka head suddenly looked straight at him, and Naruto immediately knew the man was a better censor than his daughter. Naruto stared him down until the man turned away. While Naruto couldn't meet Danzo's eyes, for more than one reason, Ino's dad looked weaker than his 11-year-old at the moment. After that council meeting, rumors had spread that Naruto was responsible for the Sandaime's death and that Kakashi had either done nothing or had helped. Kakashi and Jiraiya were running damage control, but since the latter had been out of the village at the time the rumors had started, it had been only Kakashi to manage things at the most critical point. The influential Jounin and the clan heads who had been there apparently weren't helping. Even Hyuga Hayashi. Did Danzo do something to stop him? As a result, while well over half of the ninja force had rallied behind Kakashi, the rest of them blamed Naruto and distrusted Kakashi. Even some of Kakashi's supporters would look at Naruto in suspicion. As for the civilians, well, they hadn't dared do anything out of fear, only whispering about Naruto and friend killer Kakashi becoming Hokage. Naruto was walking to Ichiraku for lunch. A few bowls of ramen with Boako and Mito. The girls were talking with each other, or rather Mito was speaking and Boako looked annoyed, turning away as if trying to tune Mito out. Should I try to get them to get along better? Naruto thought to himself. He opened his mouth. Nah, forget it. Some other time, he thought to himself, ignoring what sounded like Shikaku calling him a chicken. Wait, what the fuck? The ramen stand was in bad condition. Rude things had been written on the scrolls hanging above the entrance, and the side of the building had broken planks in at least 2 places. Naruto walked towards the right, where the owner was, and said, What's happened here? Lost for words. Old man Tucci was looking at the wooden wall like it had offended him. He turned around, but he was acting strange, keeping his body in place carefully, like he was hiding something. Tucci said, Oh, Naruto. Nothing much, just some hooligans doing what those kinds of people do. Nothing to see here. Haha, that kind of behavior was really suspicious. What are you hiding, old man? Naruto asked him, looking at Tucci's face carefully. Tucci shifted every time Naruto did, keeping himself between the wall and Naruto. I'm barely 43, Naruto. Not an old man. His voice breaking at some point. Tucci-san, Naruto said as sternly as he could. Tucci sighed out loud. He said, Do you promise to not fly off the handle? Suddenly looking 20 years older, like an actual old man. Naruto felt his eyebrows rise. Then he said, I can control myself, old man, bracing himself for something terrible. It wasn't as he had feared. It was much worse. Those who support the killer of Hokage-sama, go kill yourselves. Naruto wanted to hunt down the bastards who had done that and wring their necks. He wanted to tear them apart, rip out their eyeballs from their skulls. A hand on Naruto's shoulder stopped him cold. Kill Naruto. Don't, Boako's voice said from somewhere near him, bringing him back to reality. Still, he wasn't getting why Boako would defend the ones who had done that. Boako, he said, hands shaking. Why are you stopping me? Those people, whoever they are, need to pay. Boako got close and whispered into his ear. She said, It's because you're losing control over yourself. I don't want you to lose to anyone other than me. Ever. Not a shinobi. Not a Bijuu. Not even yourself. The tone of her voice and her proximity made Naruto shiver. A few seconds or maybe minutes later, Naruto shuddered at what he had been about to do, which would have upset his plans at the very least, snapping out of his anger-induced trance. He had to be smart about teaching those people a lesson, so he said, I wonder who did this, his voice light. If only we had a hawk circling above to tell us, or someone with a great sense of smell. Still near Boako at a low volume. As Naruto walked away from the wooden wall, he looked back and saw Boako mouth something at him. Something that looked a lot like, You owe me. She got really close to the stand's wall, close enough to track with her nose. He also wouldn't be surprised if she had switched on her Sharingan to notice any leftover clues. As Boako was gathering information, Naruto went up to Mito. He wasn't too surprised to see her sobbing. Still, he put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. She immediately put her arms around him, making him stiffen, but he did manage to hug her back. Eventually, Naruto wasn't sure how to handle someone crying for real, as the last time he had faced that up close was at age 7 in the second orphanage. Sakura doesn't count. Fake tears are something different, I think. Nah, Naruto, Mito said, muffled by his shoulder. What will happen with Tucci-san and I am Nichin? Naruto was confused and probably frowning. He said, What do you mean, Mito? I mean, will they be safe? What if those people come back some other night? Mito said, letting go of him to look at his face. Naruto's blood froze. He thought it over a bit, then said, You can use shadow clones, right? Can't you guard them? Mito didn't speak for a few seconds. She said, I haven't tried to keep shadow clones all night before, but I'll do my best. Then, after a minute's pause, she said, Naruto, Did you notice anything strange about me on the mission in Suna? It was in the land of wind. They aren't the same, Naruto told her, not able to restrain himself. Yeah, that one, Mito said, a strange expression on her face. Well, did you? Naruto breathed in and out, dreading the coming conversation. He said, yeah. Well, let's take this elsewhere. Minutes later, in the Uchiha district, Naruto was serving tea. He had a feeling they would both need it, even if he wasn't very fond of it. He sat down and took a sip. Ow, wow, it's hot, Naruto exclaimed, making Mito giggle. He must have been really out of it to make that mistake. So, Mito said, fidgeting in place. Naruto sighed. Someone had to go first, so he said, so, at first I had thought I was the one who had the QB. It explains some things. Not being able to find a seal on me or other signs could be explained by the fourth, our father being good enough a sealing user to seal the QB without hope of escape. When I realized you were using its chakra, some things fell in place but more questions appeared. 2. I didn't know what to think of him, but I never really blamed him. Yeah, Mito said, looking down. Just to check, you don't hate me, right? Hadash? Of course not. It's not your fault. Others played with both our lives, Naruto said, and he meant it. Why do you think the old man, the third Hokage, did all that crap? Mito said, squeezing the teacup's handle hard. Naruto told Mito of how the third had been controlled and made to commit suicide. So, it may not have been his fault? Mito asked, looking hopeful. Naruto shook his head. He said, I have no idea. We might never find out for sure. Sighing quietly, Mito let out a scream that lasted 5, 10, 15 seconds in total, making Naruto cover his ears. Then, she said, damn it, I don't know what to think. What's going on in my life? Much louder than usual even for her. Naruto wanted to tell her about Danzo, but he wasn't sure if that would put her in more danger. Then again, she was already a target because of her Bijuu. Oh, screw it. Naruto then said out loud, Mito, there's something else you need to know. I'm pretty sure I know who's at fault for the rumor that I killed the third. Watch out for a man named Shimura Danzo and, if you can, don't let him catch you alone. His jaw set in place. He also gave Mito a description of Danzo and told her most of the things that had happened in that meeting. Ebisu-san was involved? Mito said, her mouth open. She clenched her fists, but said no more. Naruto said, just don't get near Danzo, please, grimacing at the thought of that creep. Mito looked distracted, so Naruto decided to speak about Danzo some other time. He felt like going to sleep, even though it was early in the day. Need to go to Katsuyu-sama, he thought to himself, summoning them and asking to be summoned. Naruto had been let off the hook for having been missing from the village with an ease that surprised him after admitting he had been summoned by his animal clan. Probably Kakashi's doing. Wasn't it strange thinking of Kakashi as Hokage? All that wouldn't help with the most pressing issue, though. He had spent the nights since the Land of Wind in Shikatsu Forest, just to make sure he wouldn't fully fall asleep, with Katsuyu attached to his shoulder this time. He was sick and tired of sleeping with one eye open. Literally. He punched the ground, making a large crater. Naruto-san. Another part of Katsuyu, almost twice Naruto's height, said, what is the matter? Naruto grit his teeth, but he didn't say anything. The Katsuyu on his shoulder leapt onto, then into the larger part, the two of them merging. Katsuyu said, Naruto-san, while I was loyal to your ancestors, while I was fully behind Mito-sama and supported Hashirama-sama's dream, they are no longer around. I am loyal to you and Tsunade-sama, not Kanehagakure. More so after seeing the way that village is going. Please, don't shut me out. Sounding a bit upset, even frantic, making the decision to trust Katsuyu because they had helped him behind Konoha's back before, and because they didn't have a Konoha Hittite on, unlike Kakashi's dogs, Naruto started speaking. He told Katsuyu of how he hated Konoha and everything it truly stood for, how he didn't know how long it would take him to get the Ichibi under control, how sometimes he thought of going to sleep in the middle of Konoha and letting the beast deal with them and more. Naruto-san, Katsuyu said, while I do not care what happens to most of Konoha, I do care about your health, physical and otherwise. As such, I strongly recommend against letting out Shikakudano anywhere, as that will likely let him influence you more easily afterwards. As for getting Shikakadano under control, perhaps you should be thinking in other terms. What do you mean, Katsuyu-sama? Naruto asked the big slug, blinking. Katsuyu said, "You see, Naruto-san, Shikakadano is a living, sapient creature. As such, thinking of how to control him might be a bad way to go about things. Instead, I believe you should seek to master yourself instead, then try to get Shikakadano to cooperate. Of course, a little force or more than a little might be needed at first with him, but when humans refer to control over their Bijuu and perfect Jinchuriki, they do not refer to what you might think." Naruto tried to parse what Katsuyu had just said, but most of it had gone over his head. He asked them to repeat themselves, so they did. "Ha!" he said, mostly to himself. "It sounds like Katsuyu-sama has met Shikaku and maybe other Bijuu before." Katsuyu said, "Of course, Naruto-san. I am far older than I might seem at first glance," moving their antennae in seeming agitation. Naruto said, "Well, yeah. I meant you know him, have met him up close. Anyhow, I've noticed that Shikaku is a living creature, too, though a sadistic and hateful one. Mastering myself, on the other hand, how would I do that? Does it have something to do with wood style? Do you remember Hashirama-sama using it?" Katsuyu let out a delicate laugh. They said, "Not quite, Naruto-san, but mastering yourself should help with your bloodline. I believe in you. You will figure it out. As for wood style, I have a question. What do you think a bloodline is to its possessor, and what is wood style to you in particular?" Naruto had just about had it with Katsuyu's cryptic comments, but he took deep breaths to calm himself. Maybe Katsuyu was just getting him back for his previous disrespect. He sat down on a small boulder and tried his half-sleep meditation. For the better or the worst, though, Naruto kept jolting into full awareness every time, unanswered questions, both those asked by Katsuyu and not flooding his mind. So, he requested that Katsuyu teach him something. The part of Katsuyu near him said, "What would you like to learn, Naruto-san?" Naruto considered the question. What did he know about Katsuyu and their skills? They were a capable healer. Their true size was much greater than a Bijuu's. They could split themselves into many. Of course, the size doesn't tell me much. I can learn medic-related things and how to improve my chakra control from anti-Tsunade. Think, Naruto. He thought to himself. Katsuyu was a summon. As such, they likely knew a lot about the summoning and reverse summoning jutsu. What else? Being able to split might mean, "Oh, I'd like to learn more about the summoning jutsu and maybe clone tactics." Katsuyu-sama. Naruto told Katsuyu. Katsuyu's body language and facial expressions were a bit of a mystery still to Naruto, but he thought they looked pleased. They said, "Perhaps you should not be making hasty assumptions about others' capabilities, but in this case you are correct, Naruto-san. I do, in fact, possess enough of a mastery of the summoning jutsu to perform it without hand seals. On the other hand, whether my tactics apply depends on how your clones function." "Wait," Naruto said. "It's possible to use the summoning jutsu without hand seals?" A bit surprised by that piece of knowledge. One needs either the Rinnegan or to have focused almost exclusively on the summoning jutsu for a literal century to manage that on the fly, Naruto-san. It is not a coincidence that most powerful summon clans either have forelimbs suitable for hand seals like the toads or apes, or have something to even the odds against others, like the snakes with their venom, talent for underground movement and other advantages, like the hawks with their flight, superb eyesight and natural talent for elemental ninjutsu, Katsuyu said politely. Inscriptions? Naruto asked, not having heard that term before. It's how I would use the summoning jutsu at first, a long time ago. Most summons without the correct limbs do so. They are a part of what is known as Fuinjutsu. You might know inscriptions by their modern name, Naruto-san, Jutsu Shiki, Jutsu formulas. It's a branch of the sealing arts that is widely considered to be too much effort for little gain, when they could use ninjutsu instead. Most handed summon clans and most humans among them, Katsuyu said. Though I respect the toads for using both inscriptions and hand seals, Naruto could certainly understand that. Why spend months or years learning that particular branch, more months designing the formula and likely hours on each copy? On the other hand, some things are only possible with Jutsu Shiki, Naruto said. The Hiratian, Flying Thunder God. By the second Hokage used inscriptions to allow him to home in on a place from what I know. I don't know what exactly the fourth Hokage did to his special kunai, but I can't learn Hiraishin without getting better at inscriptions. Not to mention math. Vectors in n dimensions. Sighing at how much mental work awaited him. Of course, the more my ambitions become defined, solid, the more motivation I get. I had been putting in effort because I can only be accepted if I'm strong, and for Boako's sake, of course. I think I'm starting to get what Katsuyu-sama meant by mastering myself. How can I keep Shikaku at bay if my resolve is weak? Also, for a jutsu, a ninja first has to see it, learn it, practice it. Then, after many years of learning it inside and out, can it be considered somewhere near mastered? What did Sun Tzu write? If you know yourself and know your enemies, you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. I need to know myself and to have resolve. Katsuyu spoke at last, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. They said, "You seem deep in thought, Naruto-san." "Yeah," Naruto said. "I just realized something. Do tell, please. If that isn't too forward of me," Katsuyu said, polite as usual, but their body language was a bit more agitated than usual. Maybe they were looking forward to hearing what Naruto had to say, or maybe they were getting bored. Who knew? Naruto told Katsuyu what he had realized. After about a minute of silence, Katsuyu said, "I never got the impression of a lack of effort from you, Naruto-san, but the knowing yourself and resolve part is certainly something I can agree with. If anything, I think you might be working too hard." Naruto thought it over for a bit, but he wasn't sure if Katsuyu was right. Maybe I should ask Auntie Tsunade, he thought to himself. Of course, she'll just say I need to concentrate more on becoming a medic nin. I'm not really cut out for that path, I think. I'm a fighter, even a killer, not a healer. Though I'll be the first to admit that having been able to heal Kakashi Sensei and Mito is great. Naruto decided to just get on with his lessons with Katsuyu and think about the rest later. Multiple parts of Katsuyu were instructing 3 wood clones on how to coordinate their shadow clones, elemental clones and elemental shadow clones, while Naruto was resting from the strain trying the reverse summoning jutsu to teleport himself had put on his body. He got up shakily, still a bit nauseous from his many failed attempts at self-teleportation and a few successful ones. Naruto gagged once, then again, but he managed to hold in the vomit this time. He rinsed his mouth for yet another time, cleansing his throat by gargling the water again and again. Unlike Shizune, who would have fussed over Naruto. Tsunade, who would likely tell him to tough it out but still let her worry shine through, and Boako, who would usually mock him, but be the first to realize when he was in actual trouble and leap into action. Despite the other 2 being the best medic nins alive, Katsuyu didn't speak at all and only watched. Once Naruto felt better, he dispelled all the clones. While the knowledge entered his mind, it wasn't the only thing to do so. The clone's mental fatigue hit him like an akimichi on the warpath. "Ugh, I won't fall asleep. Not like this. I won't fall asleep like this. I won't." Naruto kept repeating the same words like a mantra until, youch! He noticed a small part of Katsuyu crawl away, having dodged Naruto's reflexive kick after pinching his calf. "Thanks, Katsuyu-sama," Naruto said, rubbing his leg and keeping the curses he wanted to shout between his clenched teeth. Apparently, Katsuyu-sama has one more punishment in mind. The mental fatigue hadn't been much of a problem in the past, but it seemed like Naruto had to limit his usage of clones a lot again. After a lot of painful pinches, Naruto asked Katsuyu to teach him more about inscriptions. "Naruto-san," Katsuyu said, their voice firm but not quite scolding. "Are you going to be able to concentrate without any rest at all?" Naruto said, "I guess we'll find out, won't we?" Rubbing his eyes. "Leave your eyes alone, Naruto-san, please," Katsuyu said, also saying something about eye infections and injuries. Unfortunately, Katsuyu had been right. Naruto was too sleepy to focus. With a promise from Katsuyu to teach Naruto about Jutsushiki in the future, Naruto went back to his meditation, feeling more motivated. Having left the key to his seal with Katsuyu looked more and more like a good decision. Back in a more familiar setting, the forest outside Shiruka City, where Naruto had unlocked Mokuton, he felt at ease in a way he never had in Konoha as far as he remembered. It had been 11 days since he had started training with Katsuyu and, with Naruto's new resolve, it hadn't taken him more than a week to be able to manage the half-sleep meditation consistently. He feared for Boako, though, which he told his aunt. Naruto, Tsunade said, if you're scared you'll put Boako in danger, then make sure to control yourself. If we put you in Konoha but far from her, your resolve might weaken because you don't care what might happen to strangers. Naruto turned his head to look at Boako, but she said, I agree with Tsunade, Naruto. If you need motivation to realize that you're strong enough, I'm willing to put myself at risk. Naruto had become much better at reading Boako over the years. He could tell she was terrified and confident at the same time, somehow. He said, I can tell you're not as calm as you're trying to seem, Boako. Naruto noticed Boako's expression turn angry, like she had been offended. Then, it turned into grim resolve and something else Naruto had seen on her face before, but wasn't sure what it meant. Had he misjudged the signs? She said, I never said I'm not scared, but I trust you, Naruto. I'll take precautions just in case, but I know I won't need them. Hold on. Tsunade-sama. And you kids, you can't be serious, Shizen said, her eyes and mouth wide open. Are you really going to take such a risk? This is unnecessary. Not really, Boako said, her voice even. Naruto can't afford to have his actions scrutinized much more in Konoha, so he needs to go back there. Without me near, there's a good chance he won't try hard enough to keep the Bijuu contained. Shizune turned to look at Naruto. She said, Naruto-kun, is that true? I know that you don't like Konoha, but to that degree. Naruto shook his head. He said, maybe Auntie Tsunade was right. You needed to be here for this even if you don't like it. It's time for me to reveal my plans. Looking Shizune, then Tsunade, Katsuyu and Boako in the eyes, one after another. His eyes lingered on the latter. Naruto felt humbled by her show of support and trust. That made Shizune pause. She said, what plans are those, Naruto-kun? Softly, but Naruto could tell she was fully alert, maybe even wary. Naruto took a deep breath and started speaking. He said, I can't stand Konoha. That fact isn't changing. With that in mind, I first considered joining Kumo or something, ignoring Shizune's gasp. But the other hidden villages aren't much more trustworthy. Who knows if Suna won't give me back to Konoha just to get on their good side. If Kumo is or isn't as backstabbing to their own as they are with others. If IWA won't kill me on sight. If one of the minor villages or civilian cities won't be too afraid of Konoha to keep me. Kiri is a place where rape is acceptable as an interrogation tactic and its Kage is so power-hungry. He apparently framed the Yuki clan for treason just because they were powerful, so it's a no-brainer that I'll stay far away. Since a civilian city would be defenseless if Konoha wanted to capture me. The only thing I can do is found my own hidden village. I've been gathering money for this dash. Na Naruto-kun, Shizen said, her breath catching. Naruto-kun, do you realize what you're saying? A new hidden village needs a lot of funds, which I doubt you've gathered in only a few weeks. Even if you have already realized that, what about getting enough manpower? Finding a good location for it. One which is in a country with a daimyo willing to sponsor you? What about having the reputation needed to attract clients, ward off enemies, and more? What if Konoha, and possibly the other major villages, decide the new village is too much of a threat to leave be? How long will making the buildings take? Hell, how will the village find people to teach its young shinobi? If you've even thought that far into the future, and I'm sure there are more problems I can't think of right now. Naruto hadn't expected Shizune to curse, even mildly, but he decided to not think about that too much. He said, Shizen-san, I've been gathering money for a couple of years now. I recently broke past 10 million Ryo in savings, plus my new bloodly dash. Naruto-kun, 10 million Ryo is not nearly enough for a new hidden village. You'd need billions to even get started, Shizen said, interrupting Naruto. I've been siphoning funds from the Uchiha clan's bank account and turning most of the money into gold. Using parts of my inheritance I couldn't get to directly for things like food, books, and shuriken, Boako said evenly. There was also a lot of hidden treasure in the Uchiha district. Add to that my share from selling Naruto's vegetables, and I've already managed to stash gold and notes worth over 160 million Ryo. Not to mention all the weapons, most of them high quality. If need be, I'm going to use every single milligram of that to support Naruto's goals. Shizen looked lost, but Naruto's eyes didn't stay on her for long. He looked at Boako, whose calm face belied the statement she had just made. Usually, Boako made sure that Naruto appreciated the fact she had gone out of her way to help him. But it was the first time since opening the Uchiha clan's library to him she was doing something so major, much less two such things on the same day. Wait, Naruto thought to himself. No, she's always reluctant if it's about Mito or, well, anyone other than me. She has always been this supportive when it's for me, though. Boako was looking back at Naruto, not showing any signs that she had realized just how heavy the statements she had made were. But Naruto knew that she knew fully well. He was torn between lunging to hug Boako and keeping his self-control. Oh, who am I kidding? Without further ado, Naruto put an arm around Bowako's shoulders, then hugged her more fully, the top of his head reaching a bit above her chin. Of course, Naruto couldn't wait to get taller, but Bowako's breathing and scent chased away those thoughts, calming Naruto in a way no kind of meditation ever had. You can let go now, Naruto, Bowako's voice said, barely reaching him, like she was far away. It also sounded a bit squeaky. Huh? Naruto opened his eyes, only to close them when a bright light went off, rudely startling him to alertness. He pushed Boako away and went for his kunai holster. Familiar laughter stopped him short. His aunt had a camera in front of her. She said, "Ha ha ha, you were late to react, Naruto. The photo will probably be a bit blurry, but not much." The killing intent coming out of Boako made even Naruto gulp and step back. When Naruto turned back to look at his aunt, she had put away that bulky thing, likely sealed away into a scroll. Boako looked like a vengeful goddess, irises red with her fully developed Sharingan and hints of electricity on her hand. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, but Boako wasn't deterred. Naruto stepped next to Boako, stood on his tiptoes and bent enough for his mouth to reach Bowako's ear. Naruto said, "Let's put our revenge on hold for now." In a whisper, devious plans to prank his aunt entering his mind. Took a bit of convincing, but Boako calmed down. Unfortunately, that only encouraged Shizune to start pestering Naruto. "For the last time, Shizune-san," Naruto said, "there's no way I'm gonna stay in Konoha. I went on that mission to the land of wind and foreigners. The teammate and the sensei of someone I killed were looking at me more positively than most random people in Konoha. The other teammate, who has sworn revenge on us and was also Gaara's sister, apparently wasn't much different from Konoha's citizens in how she looked at me. But at least she had a real reason." Shizune looked like she had swallowed a lemon. She said, "I'm telling you for your own good, Naruto-kun. If you leave Konoha, it's only going to get more dangerous from then on. You'll be declared a missing nin and hunted by everyone." Naruto said, "I have a plan to deal with that part," starting to get really annoyed at Shizune. When he saw her about to say something again, Naruto said, "For my own good? Tell me, Shizune-san, what is the psychological effect of growing up hated and feared by almost everyone around on a child?" "Well, you would at least be safe," Shizune said weakly. Naruto pressed on. He said, "Shizune-san, do you know when I survived my first assassination attempt? At what age? Through his teeth." Shizune's whole body shuddered. She said, "At what age, Naruto-kun?" Looking like she would rather not hear the answer. "It's my first clear memory, from when I was 4, Naruto told her. "One of the caretakers at the orphanage I was in must have heard something about me being the Kyuubi reborn and believed it. She tried to smother me with a pillow in my sleep. Asuna-san was also my first kill," almost growling out the last sentence. Then, Naruto went on to describe months of having to dodge bullies at the orphanage because he had killed one of the more beloved caretakers. "I managed to reproduce the super punch in a couple of months or so, but I couldn't control it well, so I stopped using it at some point until I learned about Tsunade years later and realized what I had to do to control the output. Though I used it wrong at first, injuring myself a bit. After I started using my instinctive version of Byakugo no Jutsu, I sent a lot of other kids to the hospital. One of them stayed in his wheelchair for all the time I remained in that place, so I probably crippled him for life. I eventually realized that. That must be why those at the hospital hate me. The only one who was in my corner at the orphanage, Motoko-san, only helped because she pitied me. I was transferred to another orphanage a bit over a year later. Everyone was wary of me there, but they didn't hate me the way those in the other one did. The matron said something about mother possibly being upset if they didn't treat a child, any child, well. I didn't learn how to read and write even in that orphanage. Both because I was too embarrassed to ask and because the caretakers feared me. It seemed like Shizune had a lot to think about. A lot of what she had said was nonsense, but could she be right about some of it? Naruto and Mito were brainstorming about what to do to the people who had had the gall to attack the Ichiraka family in such a cowardly way. Boako had washed her hands of the matter once she had helped find out all the culprits' names. But Naruto didn't mind. He had just thanked her wholeheartedly. On the other hand, Naruto and Mito had been leaving shadow clones near the Ichiraku family's home and ramen stand. Naruto was loath to show more of the jutsu he knew to anyone, even Mito, mainly because she could be a bit of a blabbermouth dash, but it was necessary. Mito's shadow clones tended to dispel when she would fall asleep, so Naruto had taken on the majority of protection duty. Wow, Naruto, you can keep clones in your sleep. I wish I could do that, but I haven't gotten good enough. I need more practice in chakra control, Pervy Sage says, was what Mito had said. Naruto had kept his mouth shut and shrugged. He wasn't going to tell her about the troubles he had with sleep. When Mito had bugged him about when he had learned the jutsu, he had told her he had known it for a while, and nothing else. Shikaku was also chiming in his own way, annoying Naruto. I know. You should slit their throats in 6 places, in the shape of your whisker marks, Shikaku said, gleefully. Or carve out their eyes in a way that leaves marks like mine. 'Cause I'm definitely more interesting than the Kyuubi. Naruto had been about to say that it was too much when he paused. Could be a good plan with a few major modifications, of course. Kakashi walked onto the bridge part of Training Ground 3, the Hokage hat nowhere to be seen, but he wasn't alone. A man nearly as tall as Kakashi was walking alongside him. The new arrival had brown hair and really dark eyes, and seemed to be a few years younger than Kakashi. Naruto couldn't help feeling as if he had met the man before, and not in a pleasant way. In fact, something told him the man wasn't to be trusted. Kakashi wasted no time in introducing the stranger. He said, "Okay, kids, this is this is Yamato." Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine. He concentrated, trying to sense the man. Unfortunately, it felt faint, like his chakra was being expertly hidden. Naruto could only get something familiar, but not at the same time. "Hello, Genin. You may call me Yamato, and I am going to be your new Jounin sensei. Kakashi-sama has told me I should be more personable with Genin students. As such, I will introduce myself more thoroughly. I'm 21 and was recently honorably discharged from ANBU, though I am not going to tell you what my mask was. I prefer a more cautious and organized approach to life and missions. My favorite thing to eat is raw walnuts. I dislike anything oily, including fried foods. My hobbies, well, I suppose I like reading, both non-fiction because of my interest in architecture and horror fiction. Dreams for the future, well, I would like to reach my full potential, whatever that might be." Naruto didn't trust this guy, but he wasn't sure why. His gut feelings were spot on more often than not, on the other hand. "Well, I'll just have to wait and see." "So, you hold the Chikudo like so," Shursui said. "Then you know what to do with lightning-style chakra flow, though your timing still needs work." Boako was improving her weapons usage, including chakra flow, both fire and lightning-based. She had recently gone through a growth spurt, which had put her at 156 centimeters, so she had changed to a bigger sword. She had also noticed she was better suited for straight swords. Shursui was, on one hand, an attentive teacher that was no stranger to giving praise and had no problem with unconventional solutions. On the other, he was a perfectionist taskmaster who, when she didn't make her movements both as close to flawless as possible and lightning quick, made Boako repeat the motion until she could do them to his standards. The two of them hadn't addressed the boss summon in the room, but were getting along well enough. She knew in her mind that Shursui didn't think her helpless, nor did he look down on her, but she still would rather not talk about her problems with him. Fortunately, he hadn't pushed her. When Shursui told her it was time for a break, Boako sat down on a tree stump without complaining. She was hard at work trying to catch up. Boako really didn't like lagging behind. Naruto being a bit ahead of her for a time was fine. She trusted him as much as she was capable of trust at any rate. She was being seriously left behind, though lately, in fact, since she had sealed that bijou into him. I can handle being surpassed, but it's so frustrating. Boako had started looking into one-handed hand seals not long after Naruto had shown that he could use his chakra sensor skill that way, and had actually practiced them for the first time much earlier than Naruto. And yet, it had taken Naruto only a few months to reach the level Boako had needed close to 2 years for, and that was before the sealing. As if to add to that, Naruto's aptitude for the wind element had recently caught up with the rest of his skill set, and he had become yet better at one-handed seals, probably because of the bijou. If things kept on going like that, Boako would become a damsel in distress, or at least seem like one compared to him. Damsels in distress like fangirls were terrible creatures. Personally, Boako couldn't imagine not just relying on someone else to save her once, but systematically crippling her skills or pretending to be useless just to be saved by some girly-looking boy like Niji, no matter how talented. They also gave more fuel to those who didn't see Boako or other kunoichi as fighters in their own right. The one who can bring back the Uchiha clan, people tended to say. Ha! The joke was on them. If she did, it wouldn't be in Konoha and good riddance. Boako wouldn't have ever been able to act that way. She had her pride. There is no value in killing the likes of you, foolish little sister. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, scorn me, and survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to your pitiful life. Fortunately, while Naruto wasn't blind and had noticed her trouble, even putting in extra effort to help her improve dash, he hadn't tried to pull his punches in all-out spars. She could only think about how she couldn't match him, when he was the best, most supportive friend Boako could ever ask for. Had she ever even told him they were friends straight out, or was she still only calling him her rival? I'm not sure. I don't even remember. Boako clenched a fist, trying to get her shivering to stop, even though it was a summer night, illusory or not, in Fire Country. She couldn't help feeling left behind. Her foot-and-mouth syndrome, as Naruto usually called it, was something she needed to get over last year. Not that I regret making him do most of the chores for the past couple of weeks, Boako thought to herself. Asking me to seal a bijou in him was beyond the pale. That stuff about it being necessary was bullshit, too. Boako, Shursue's voice said, not very far away. Boako blinked a few times. Then, she smiled at Shursue as best she could. I'm fine, Boako said, much more softly than usual. That's nice, Shursue said, a small grin on his face. But break time is over. That asshole, Boako thought, having become more prone to cursing because of Naruto and Tsunade. While she was keeping on guard for anyone hiding, Boako had otherwise switched off her brain, so to speak. Wait, is this an orphanage? And someone smoking? Not just an orphanage. It was the place Naruto had spent the first 5 years of his life. The smell of tobacco was a bit offensive to her sense of smell, but she had some Inuzuka in her ancestry. Unlike the Hatake clan, the Inuzuka had a natural resistance to offensive smells. The only way to overcome that would be to catch one off guard while said Inuzuka was actively enhancing their nose with chakra. All but impossible. It was strange that someone would be up at such an hour outside an orphanage. Boako decided to investigate. Go to bed, kid. Why are you outside at 11:30 at night? Chop chop dash, the woman said. Then, looking at Boako's forehead protector, she said, You're not one of the kids here, are you? Boako shook her head in the negative. She could tell that the woman had been having trouble with sleep for a while, judging by those bags under her eyes and some white hairs among black ones, despite her looking to be in her late 20s at most. After stepping on the cigarette to put it out, the woman said, Having trouble sleeping? I'm Shiroyama Motoko, by the way. Motoko? Boako jolted, recognizing the name. I'm Boako. I'll be in your care, she said, almost reflexively. The woman sighed out loud. She said, So, I can't help noticing you recognized my name. Unable to meet Boako's eyes, Boako said nothing at first, but when Motoko met her eyes, Boako said, Was there a question there somewhere? Don't get smart with me, Motoko said in a snappy tone. Not feeling impressed at all, Boako simply stared at the woman, emptying her face of all emotion. Yamato was useful for something, apparently. Motoko shivered despite the warm weather. She said, "Sorry, force of habit." "So, what can I do you for?" Shrugging with one shoulder, Boako sat down on the bench next to Motoko. She said, "I noticed that you were having trouble sleeping, too. A lot more than me, by the looks of it. Was there a question there somewhere?" Motoko said, making Boako snort despite herself. Then Motoko said, "I can't believe I'm considering telling my problems to a girl who's the same age as many of my kids." Boako said nothing. "Oh, to heck with it. Have you ever done something you've regretted later, for years to come?" Motoko said, rolling another cigarette between her fingers. Boako said, "No, never. I've only ever regretted for so long if it's about things I haven't done. Especially if I never even tried." Very firmly. Motoko sighed. She murmured, "From the mouths of babes." Then she said, "Do you think I can make things right, even after many years? I didn't do enough and one of my children hated me for it." Unshed tears in her eyes. Boako took in a deep breath, then said, "Have you ever thought that it wasn't about what you did or not, but how you did it?" Seeing Motoko's confused stare, Boako said, "I hate being looked down on or pitted, for any reason." "Did your efforts come across as pity?" By Motoko's wide eyes and slack jaw, she hadn't considered that. Boako decided to leave the woman to her devices. She said, "Just talk to him." As parting words, she ignored the woman's "wait, please," in favor of walking away.